Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 12th of March 2022. I am joined, as always, by Trim and by new
Hey,
recurring guest, Discordia.
So,
that was lively. I was like, oh, no.
uh,
You have weekend. You
look,
have weekend.
I've just seen what you've got on the screen, and my
Wait, give me a
soul
second.
just left the room.
Her souls will run. Yes, I did have to bring this article up again.
I feel like I haven't been through this part, so I'm kind of looking forward to see what this is all about.
Oh dear, who do we have in chat? We have Callum Dayton and Prime Knight. G'day, guys. And Callum Dayton says, well, hello, Discordia. Breed Kibbs. Why do you bring us
yes.
weird people?
At least he's not spamming pencils in the chat. Is all I'll say.
Don't give it
And
a
now
give
you
it
said
seconds
it,
now.
and guess what's gonna happen in a few seconds? I'm pretty sure.
Student says, morning inmate boomer and Token Scott. She's not the Token Scott, she's the Token woman.
Same thing.
I can be both.
I like how you're just you're an inmate, and well, it's really accurate what I am. Yeah, Discord is the Token Scott.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah dear. So, Disco, want to tell Trim what I've got up on screen? And why your soul left the room.
On International Women's Day 2022, we ask, what if women were to go on strike from unpaid care?
Well, let's see. Step
Okay.
one, since a visit from Child Services. That would be my first guess.
Yep. I don't like the framing of it, because I did actually read, I don't know if it was this particular article, but it was the same thing.
I think it was this one because I made you cringe with it earlier in the week.
But I hate the way that it's framed, because it's absolutely fine if they want to get somebody to look after the kids for a couple of days and just have a day where they don't want an adult. That's absolutely fine. But the way that they framed it is like, we're going on strike, and it's like, that's stupid.
All women on strike because of babies.
Well, what if women were to go on strike from unpaid care? Well, all the single mothers, their kids would die.
I mean, you don't get paid from strike now, do you?
No. But also, if you're on strike from unpaid care, which, remember, Trim, unpaid care includes, luxuries like feeding your children, bathing them, taking them to the doctor, making sure they don't stick things in the PowerPoint and die. That's unpaid care, and apparently it's oppression.
Which is what I mean by, if you want a break, phone your mum and be like, Mom, the baby's doing my head in.
Even without kids, I've had days where it's like, I'm not putting pants on, I'm not cooking, I'm not getting out of bed, I'm not adulting today.
Exactly, and
I have another
think that's
word
probably what they mean here, but the way that they framed it is awful.
I have another word for unpaid care in that case.
It's called parenting.
Yes.
Well, actually, it's called adulting, because they're going to whine about cleaning soon.
Unpaid care. What about those good old 1950s that were like the classical thing they keep whining about, where women were at home in the kitchen just doing the home stuff?
Well, what really gets me is they say, oh, it's unpaid. Okay, so you say that going shopping and cooking the food and feeding the kids, that's unpaid. Question one, where did the money for the food come from?
Oh.
Yeah, let's see what we got
But it's
in.
funny that Trim should mention like those times because I do remember my granddad whinging, and he was like, I used to come home from work and I'd take my weight out of my pocket and I'd put it on the table, and your nan, she would give me back a couple of shillings. She'd say, "That's yours."
That's yours to go to the pub with.
And then she would take the rest and she would like pay the bills or whatever with it, like do what needed to be the accounting she would do with it. And he was like, and that's how it worked. Like, he wasn't sitting there with all the money. He was sitting there with these couple of shillings that she had given him as his pocket money.
No, but he totally oppressed her.
And they whine about historical oppression too, but that actually went back all through history. Like, there's records of it in ancient Greece. The man would go out, do man shit, and then he'd come home, and if he went anywhere near the pantry, the woman would smack him around the head with a spoon.
And also, they still do this shit in the Eastern Europe areas too.
Yes. I think most of us know people who talk about the olden days where, oh God, I wouldn't go in the kitchen. Not because I didn't want to cook, but because she wouldn't let me.
I wouldn't dare go in the kitchen.
I was in the kitchen once and she chased me out with the spoon.
Oh, that
Yeah, I
worked out
remember
for
when
me.
my nan became unwell, like I used to go in and actually make food for it and trying to get her to let go of the kitchen so that I could take over just making sure she was fed because she wasn't capable of doing it anymore. Like, it was a fight. That was her kitchen. And I'm like, I can't stand anymore. Go and sit down. And she's like, it's mine. I don't want anyone else in here.
Well, that goes into when they whine about men's caves. Oh, why does the man get a space that's all his own? Well, the woman's got the kitchen. And the man's not allowed in there.
On pain of being whacked.
Yep. Let's see what we got in the comments. Billy Blog says, so they're just going to starve and neglect their own kids for feminism? Yes. There's nothing more feminist than making your kids starve to death to beat the patriarchy.
Or just in general make the kids suffer.
Yes. Earthman Brick says, don't get me wrong, guys. I like kids, but I can never eat a whole one. See, that's why you need a life partner, so you can split the kid.
Yes.
You can eat half each. Student of History says that's called phoning the grandparents. Most do that to have a relationship night, which normally includes but aren't limited to dinner, wine and dine, and a firm attempt to make another kid. No, it's, if they're doing it right, it's practicing to make another kid.
Unless you're Catholic or Mormon.
Well, it's probably better to have a Catholic parent these days than a feminist.
Yeah, I mean,
Are many feminists grandparents? Like, I wouldn't have thought they'd have aborted Western kids.
Wow.
Feminist grandparents, that's an oxymoron.
Isn't it, Jess? Do feminists even talk to their grandparents because they're filthy old patriarchs with internalized misogyny?
There's only one time a man. There's only one. I remember, like my grandmother on my mother's side, Bestemor, as we call it, Mormor. The only time she allowed Grandpa in the kitchen was when he wanted a glass of water, or when they were eating dinner. Other than that,
Well, what
only
happened
she
if he
went.
touched anything that wasn't a glass of
Oh,
water?
he didn't.
He didn't dare.
He wasn't stupid enough to try.
He knew.
You know, he opens
system.
the fridge and he's like, "Oh, biscuit," and she's just like, "Oi, smack!"
No. Women don't.
You could go in the fridge.
She didn't,
You could go in the
smack
fridge.
with a spoon. She didn't smack with a spoon. She did psychological torture like a proper woman.
Callum Dayton says raiding the pantry was a real Black Ops mission back then. Bloody oath!
Full on fucking 007 music in the background.
Yeah, and Student of History says, look at Harry's choice of cuisine and know that's the reason why men grill, women cook.
call that food one
I
more
wouldn't
time
call it
in my
food.
presence, and I will hurt someone.
Yeah.
I will physically harm someone.
That's not food. That was a war crime.
Yes, we should totally send Harry to the Ukraine. I hear.
Send him to The Hague. Oh dear. And Prime Knight says, as a kid, if I went into my Finnish grandmother's kitchen, I would be firstly told, then if I was still there, well, the wooden spoon was regularly used. Someone didn't learn.
I mean, they're finished because they're finished with your shit. You know what you do know what the Russian fears the most?
His grandma?
Nah, when the tree starts speaking Finnish.
When the snow speaks Finnish, you mean?
Both.
Student of History says, dude, I don't even have a girlfriend or a wife, but I know damn well if there's food in the open, ask first or find a fair god.
Yes! Never spoon your grandparents. That's just weird. I agree, Earthman Brick.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you have experience in that, maybe?
Yep, Commie's biggest theory when the snow starts talking Finnish.
I mean, Norwegian... Scandinavians in general just do the same of leaving the Finnish people alone, because not only are they our main bloc against Russia, but they are also the bloc against Russia. They've been through some shit. You don't go and put up a fist fight with a fucking army vet now, do you?
Yeah. Oh dear. So let's have a look at what the women in this article are whining about. And this article, of course, comes from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, which is basically the BBC, but with lower standards.
Wait, what? Wait, sorry. So I read Billy Blogs' comment. Is this real? Wait, I'm going to read this up, and you gotta confirm or deny.
It's true. It's true. And yes, Billy, we are going to cover that.
Bosch had a spat with J.K. Rowling?
Yep. We'll get to it. It's in the reading list.
This can be fucking gold.
Right, so, this silly bitch loves being a mother. Yeah, apparently not. But she admits what some mothers feel guilty confessing to, which is that having a strike day, or in her case...
This is what I mean. When she says strike day, what she seems to mean is, I don't want to adult today. I want a day off. Which is fine. Everybody wants that.
Yeah, and she goes on. Or in her case, simply a few hours a week away from child raising and unpaid domestic work. It's important for one Saturday. Yes, that's called... Hey, Ma, hold this for 3 hours. I'll be back.
Mom, it keeps crying and making noise and take it, please. I regret everything.
They're turning what could be a legitimate article into a whine about how everything is men's fault.
Yeah, the framing is awful.
It's literally children are
and leave the kid to them. The grandparents love dealing with your kids.
Well, that's it. The grandparents are probably want this.
Yeah, like, you know, you frame this article as sometimes I need a day off. Like, you frame it as that. You know, talk about calling.
The headline could be why a good relationship with your parents is good for your kids. And your sanity.
Yes.
And your sanity.
Not because they taught you everything you know and were your role models, but because they give you some peace and quiet from the tiny noisemaker that shakes itself constantly every now and then.
As Student of History says, call your mother. If she's a good mother, she'll be hyped like a millennial getting liquor. Regular reminder that millennials are starting to turn 40.
Well, I'm hitting my plus 30s now, so. But I'm the youngest boomer, apparently. Yeah, fucking millennials.
Yeah. So let's see. So she says sometimes it can become a bit exhausting. Yeah, no shit. A tiny little human that you have to keep alive does take a lot of time. If you're doing it, if you're actually doing your job.
Or your duty as a parent.
Yes. And so she says, when you know the baby is crying and she's not feeling well, she's not sleeping, and you don't know why, even though you've just tried just about everything under the sun. Yeah, that's called parenting. It's been a problem for like forever.
Those the fuckers never shut up.
Yeah. Just having that time away kind of just makes it much more enjoyable when you get back. Yeah, no shit.
That's when you call the grandparents.
That's what grandma's for.
Day off, and they're like, "Oh yes, bring baby here. I'm gonna spoil the shit out of it."
well, good grandparents would be like, you call them up and go, "Ma, the kid is making me sad. Come take care of kid." Then grandma comes over and you fuck off for 3 hours.
Yeah, like that's how this could have been framed, and it would have been absolutely fine. Instead, it's just like, but my feminist power, I'm going on strike for a day.
But it's my husband's fault. So, when
basically women can't get a break. Women can't get a break from their children. Men are to blame.
Yeah, basically. Here we go. But it's worse. Apparently, it's the patriarchy's fault that she had to quit her job. When Ms. Dimitriadis fell pregnant more than 1 year ago, she had to quit her full-time job as a lawyer. Did she? I had a lot of nausea and vomiting to the point where I couldn't work, she says. Yeah, that's normal.
But, like, I would imagine that a lawyer would be able to get maternity leave if she really wanted to keep the job.
Well, it's Australia. Not only does she get the maternity leave from the company, she gets free maternity leave from the country. Like, hello. Okay. Yeah. If she earns between certain amounts, the government will literally pay for her to have maternity leave. Which,
as a lawyer, she probably would.
Yes, exactly. She'd probably be in the perfect wage group. I mean, it even gives 2 weeks so that the partner can stay there and look after her and the kid for the first 2 weeks.
Okay.
Primer Knight says, I remember my mum calling grandmother about when my brother was as a baby was too ill to know what to do. Yep.
I kind of also agree with student of history. Fair on the whole, calling your grandparents, your parents to be grandparents to the kid. Fair warning though, grandma and grandpa might have a chip on their shoulder and might give them lots of sugar. My grandparents did, and they're a part of the cause of my crippling addiction to sugar.
That's part of the good thing about being a grandparent. You can load them up on sugar and then give them back.
My dad used to load me up on tea. That's how I ended up with tea. Like, apparently, when I was like really little, she used to just give me a bottle with tea in it. Like, not like as a baby, but like as a toddler. She'd give me like a bottle of tea, and I just be like toddling around with a bottle of tea.
Oh, horrible! Like leaf water. Watered out, terrible leaf water.
Here we go. So this is what the silly woman has to say. She says, I had to give up. I resigned. It just wasn't good for the company or for me. Please explain why you couldn't take sick leave up until the birth, then take maternity leave. Because guess what? The government allows that. If you can get your doctor to... Well, there's to get the government
before it's born.
Yeah, I hear it's called something slightly different. It's treated as a kind of sick leave, but for the government-funded maternity leave, you have to work a certain amount in the 12 months or whatever prior. But if you get a note from your doctor saying that you're too sick to do shit, it counts.
Yeah, so if you're like my morning sickness is too bad to work, I would imagine they would accommodate.
Yeah. I want to make nasty jokes. Take a teaspoon of thalidomide and harm the fuck up.
Please don't take fentanyl.
Oh, holy shit. Hold on. Here we go. Instead, she worked 5-hour weekend shifts at a pharmacy, as well as doing voluntary work as a local government councillor. Sorry,
So she was working
as a
home.
councillor. You mean a paid government official? Voluntary. I don't fucking think so.
I didn't know that shit was possible.
Neither did I. So someone's using the wrong words. Because they're using the specific word for an elected councillor.
Yeah, unless I mean, what kind of came to my mind with counselor was like, you get like a school counselor or something that would offer advice.
Yeah,
Maybe
but they're,
that's what she means.
maybe they're spelt differently, so I'm assuming that because the ABC are a bunch of idiots who don't hire real reporters, that might be the problem.
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
Bro, they just built different.
So, she says, after she gave birth to Cleo 4 months ago, she realised it was the right decision to quit the legal profession, as holding 3 jobs with an infant would have been impossible.
I mean, that's
No
fine, but
shit? But, and again, how's that our problem?
that's a personal decision.
Yep. She says that child raising has been a lot of work. Yes, we know. Did you know that women have been doing it for all of human history?
What did you think it was going to be? Like, when you decide to make this tiny human
Well,
and
remember all
you
those
what
lying, remember all those lying second and third wave feminists who said you can have a career and a child?
What about the whole thing? Why do people never do this? Take a step back, think how they were as children. Like, honestly, just look back to when you
I
were
was an
kids.
asshole as the child.
Yes, exactly. And
I
like,
do remember my mother
do I
saying
want
to me
that
once.
in my life?
I do remember my mother saying to me once, "I hope you have a child just like you one day."
The ultimate revenge of the parent. Yeah. So they go on to say her husband, electrical engineer, different surname, tells us everything we need to know about her, is the primary income earner. Well, no shit. He's an electrical engineer and she quit her job as a lawyer. Yes, that's how it works. She still works occasional weekend shifts at the pharmacy, but her full-time job, she doesn't have one, is unpaid. Raising Cleo and doing most of the domestic household chores. Well, yes, if you're not working a real job and you're at home all day anyway, the domestic household chores are kind of fucking your job.
I mean, I'm quite sure that, let's say that her lawyer job had been like higher paid and he had decided, well, I'll step back from work and do the childcare. She would be expecting the house to be clean.
Yes. Like,
She
that's
would
how
not
it's...
come home from lawyering all day and be like, honey, why are the beer cans touching the ceiling?
Yep. Like, why do you think women in the 1960s did all the housework? Is it because sometimes the kids are asleep and she's got nothing better to do? Maybe the person who is required to be at another location doing something else 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, shouldn't be the one doing all the housework. As Billy Bloggs says, not taking the surname, not a good sign. No, it's not.
Do we know that she didn't take the surname? Because
Yes.
MS is just undefined.
Well, actually, it gives her full name and her husband's full name.
Okay.
Including surname.
What's the next?
I haven't actually got the article up.
Yeah,
so.
fair enough. Student history says, Household Commandment 1, thou who does not work shall clean. Yes, and it doesn't matter who that person is. The one who's at home 24 hours a day should probably be the one to do the housework.
I mean, it would be kind of I mean, even I know that the times when I'm visiting my parents' house, they're at work and I'm at home, the first thing I do when I get up after having brushed my teeth and shit like that, I do the fucking dishes because there's some dishes left and I always do them out of habit.
Well, you'd make an awful woman then, because you do it instead of complaining about it on the internet.
Well, good thing. I'm pretty sure my genitals are on the outside, not the inside.
I mean, with
Sounds
enough
worse woman
explosives, you can
control.
achieve anything. Okay, so what else does she have to whine about? So they actually spoke to her husband. At the moment, my engineering role pays more, significantly more so. So financially, it makes sense for me to do the bulk of the full-time work. Well, no, not just the bulk. He does all of the full-time work.
Yeah, but having kids is unpaid work, but it's totally work.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is fucking hard to make sure that the tiny human doesn't kill itself. Like, toddlers are walking fucking suicidal death traps.
But the thing is, though, I don't like how they talk about having a child as if it's a job, as if it's work. I mean, yes, it's work, as in you have to do things that you can't.
They do seem to
not
have forgotten
do.
the part where having the kid was their choice. They spent years whining to make abortion illegal and contraception, so having the kid's their fucking fault.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's like
it's not someone didn't just come up and hire them, and it's not like they made an application. It's like, can I be parent? I have this and this qualification. No, they just did the most simplest thing ever. They had sex. She got pregnant. 9 months later, kid came out.
That's
yeah,
it.
it's like you chose to make this tiny human. This is something that you did.
Exactly.
Hello, George.
Yes, George says,
Yeah,
good
we
morning,
disagree.
gentlemen, ladies, and assorted. And he says, toddlers are adorable little engines of chaos. I would debate the adorable part.
They kind of are adorable, though.
Student of history says, rule one of having a kid: if your kid is silent, that is a disturbance in the force.
That just kind of reminds me of the beagle, where I'd just be like, it's great to have silence when you've got a beagle, but then you realize that it's suspicious.
This thing that never shuts the fuck up and never stops making noise have suddenly gone silent.
Yeah,
Where is
I mean,
I'm
something
sure
nobody
as she
wants to
says
say
this,
shit.
Disco's looking around going, where's that fucking cat?
Well, actually, I was talking about the puppy, but yeah, you'd be
That
like,
too.
it's silent. Like normally he'd be yipping or fucking squeaking or making some kind of noise, and then suddenly it's just quiet. You're like, peace. Wait,
Billy
peace.
Blogs makes a good point. Billy Blogs makes a really good point. Housework is a lot easier these days thanks to all the appliances invented and built by men. Yeah, so what the fuck are they whining about? It's not like the 40s where they had to wash the clothes by hand.
Oh, whoa, Besek, that is really controversial. You can't like give men credit for making life easier for women. We are made to make things horrible, after all. Remember?
Okay, so
George, that's a good one. I don't have kids, so I haven't had all my illusions dispelled yet.
Oh dear. So the article says the 2016 census found that more than half of employed men did nil or less than 5 hours per week of unpaid domestic work, compared with about 1/3 of employed women. Okay, so we're getting upset about 17%, are we?
Hey, 17. Nah, I just don't know. It reminds me about the percentage thing, but completely unrelated.
Yeah.
1350.
It also found that men were also less likely than women to do 15 hours or more per week of unpaid domestic work. 8% of men and 27% of women. Again, what were the jobs that 27% of women had? Did they even have them? It's census data, so we should know the answer to this question.
This is what happens when you cherry pick the data, though. You don't get any context.
Exactly.
Now, if you're talking about like these two people, they both work full time, they both have demanding jobs, but the woman's coming home and then on top of that doing 15 hours of domestic work as well, then you might have a bit of a, like, pull your weight, you asshole.
Yep. And they say, and I'll make a point after this, the pattern applies across all hours of paid work, even for those working more than 49 hours per week. Okay, so next question. If a man and a woman both work 50 hours a week, and the man is a carpenter and the woman works in a chemist, which one should be doing more housework? I'm going to guess the one that doesn't have the physically demanding job.
To be fair, if we were both doing 50 hours a week, I might hire a fucking cleaner.
Crow!
Maybe like, do you know what? If between us we're doing 100 hours of work a week, I think we should be earning enough to have a cleaning lady come in once a week.
Yep.
At that point, it's like, I think I've earned that.
Yeah, Aaron Sasina says, at some point, us men will find a way to get sex robots to do house tours and get pregnant, and women will be replaced.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yep. George says, unpaid people need to understand that money is still part of the barter system. Domestic labour is not unpaid. Trad wives provide housekeeping and love. Men provide security and home defence. Ooh, ouch. Student of History says, Disco, that scenario is that woman allowed herself to get with a man-child. And then, of course, Disco says, you've met my exes then. Speaking of unpaid labour, Callum Dayton's off to do some now.
Have fun, Callum.
Yes. Don't forget to blame the patriarchy.
He's part of the patriarchy.
I don't know. Did he get his patriarchy check this month, or has it been delayed by the Ukraine crisis?
My patriarchy check has been declined forever, apparently, because of COVID.
Yeah.
One other thing I'd ask about this data as well is, because again, it is cherry-picked data that we don't get that much from. Like, how many of this is, like, single mothers and stuff? Because that's not accounted for. Because if you're
that's
a single
right.
mother
It's not
and you're
looking
working
at
full time, then there's nobody else to do the housework for you. You're going home. You're gonna have to do it.
That is an excellent point. They don't seem to distinguish in between that, do they? DJ Chire's in the house. Hello. What else?
DJ.
What else we got? The household impacts of COVID-19 survey. No, the household impacts of the government fucking people up using COVID-19 as an excuse, conducted between May 2021, found that women were more likely than men to have spent time on unpaid indoor housework, cooking and care or supervision of children. Shocking nobody? It found that 62% of women spent 5 or more hours in the week on unpaid indoor housework compared with 35% of men. Okay, and? Like, well, what's the point with this? So they say that women took on more caring responsibilities than men, spending 5 or more hours in the week on unpaid caring or supervision of children. 38% of women compared with 28% of men. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of single mothers in here. If I'm
that's what I wondered. When you've got cherry picked data like this, it's difficult to tell. Like,
yeah,
how many of these are accounting for single mothers? In which case, yeah, you're gonna do both.
Yep. Care of adults, 16% compared with 7%, and cooking and baking, 64% compared with 37%. These people don't seem to understand that cooking and baking take time. Like, a meal can take 30 to 60 minutes. Baking can take longer. Again, it's probably not going to be the person who's worked 12 hours of construction doing that.
And the question is, unless it's literally trim, would you want him in there doing it?
What?
Probably not. Student of History says, watch the kids and clean the dishes or work from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. in physical labour. Take your pick, ladies. Oh, they then go to say that men would do something, though, at least. Men were slightly more likely than women to have spent 5 or more hours on outdoor chores and repairs, 20% compared with 18%. Again, I think they're lying. Pretty sure men do a lot more than 20% of outdoor chores and repairs. Then again, you must have fucked up royally if you're doing more than 5 hours a week on outdoor chores and repairs. It doesn't take that long to mow.
I mean, it depends on how fucking lazy you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go mow the lawn. Why were you 5 hours? Definitely wasn't sitting out there with beer. That's for sure, honey.
Yeah.
Using beer while using a lawnmower.
To be fair, a lot of guys do go out with the headphones and the beer to mow the lawn. Do you know why? It's so that they can be away from the fucking woman.
Do you really need the deck chair to mow the lawn? Yes.
20% of men are women, new study finds.
Oh dear. But they also whine when women leave their full-time paid jobs to have children, it's typically hard to get them back at the same hours, even once the child grows older. Sorry, what?
If they leave their job, then yes, it's going to be hard to just get your job back because they're going to hire someone else to do
Yes,
the job.
and then you're going to be older with a gap in skills. Have you kept your licenses up to date?
Now, if you take a maternity leave, then they have to keep your job for you. But if you actually leave, then you left.
So this woman actually left her job permanently, all her jobs permanently.
She resigned from her job as a lawyer. You know, her job sitting in a chair and reading paper.
Yeah, but she did other jobs too, right?
Yes, because she's an idiot.
Yes. Oh, great. I mean, she made her own bed. I don't understand. Why do they whine so much about shit she doesn't need to whine about?
Well, here's the next one. She says, I would like to return and do more hours, and Sean would be more than happy to be a stay-at-home dad, she says. But it's just unfortunate that the circumstances currently don't allow us to do that. Yes, because his job pays more, you stupid bitch. Her complaint seems to be that he's got a better job because she's an idiot.
Like, if she was still at her law firm, they might be able to have that discussion. But she's not.
No, exactly. And I'm pretty sure that anytime someone works in a highly skilled career like law or medicine that requires licensing and professional development, if you have a 6-year gap, it kind of fucking impacts your chances of getting a new job.
There's also one thing you can do to lessen the chances of you being blocked off your of your old job.
Don't quit.
Keep contact. No, not just quit. You can also keep in contact with the job, the area. There's a lot of people who I know who quit their job, but still came by, just kept contact. And then when they wanted to come back for the job, they got hired again instantly.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. They're not, but no, just blame your husband. So they then.
It won't be her husband. It'll be the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Like, I quit my job and he didn't quit his, and now we're relying on him. Okay.
Yep. So some consultancy firm has nothing better to do, has attempted to measure the value of unpaid childcare to Australia's economy in dollar terms, because that's something that matters. They asked, why is it that a mother caring for her children produces no measured economic value, but the same mother hiring others to look after her children does? Because money exchanges hands, you fucking idiots!
Money exchanges hands? I thought it was.
I don't think these people understand how economic activity generates value.
I thought it was Bezos's funhouse that made all that stuff.
I really don't know. Well, they reckon that the unpaid childcare is a $345 billion sector. Okay, one, no, it's not. Two, where do you expect the $345 billion is going to come from? So they then say, if you were to add that to the economy, you call it an industry, childcare would be the largest industry in the Australian economy, bigger than financial services, says some stupid bitch who has no idea how anything works.
Doesn't really sound that unfamiliar. Or is that patriarchal and
Yeah.
misogynistic to say?
But, again, like, do these idiots not understand that that women who have high-paying jobs often just hire an unskilled woman to look after their kid? Have these people not heard of daycare?
Or grandparents.
Well, these are apparently the kind of people that hate their parents and have daddy issues. And they say, keep in mind, that's only unpaid childcare work. That doesn't include other kinds of unpaid work. Okay, so what's your solution? That men somehow come up with $345 billion to pay women to do the shit they should be doing anyway?
So they should be paid for being.
They want to be paid to look after their own offspring. That's the thing that baffles me.
Yes. They want to be paid to do the shit they're supposed to do anyway.
The entitlement of these people.
Yep.
Okay, so you want to be paid to look after your own offspring. You want to be paid to clean your own house. I guess you want your husband to be paid for mowing his own lawn, or like, why are we?
Well, that's the thing that I don't get.
Look after your own shit.
If you
we're gonna pay you if we ask you to do a job outside the house because you're coming out to come and do something for me, but like, why would you be paid to do something in your own life?
Well, the next to try and nail it down, I want to know if a woman is single, lives on her own, and has no kids, who the fuck is meant to do the housework? Like, should some men just randomly come round and do her housework for her?
I have to do my own housework.
Why don't we just get the Mexicans crossing the border to do it?
The Ukrainians that you're going to be forced to take into your home by the government.
Yeah.
Actually, some people in Bergen have taken in several people from Ukraine.
If they're gonna be like, you need to take people into your house, I'd be like, I'll take someone into my house if they clean.
Yep. Yeah, so it goes on to say, women conduct 76% of childcare, 67% of domestic work, 69% of care of adults, and 57% of volunteering. Okay, again, how many of these women have jobs? And how many of these women have full-time jobs? How many of these women have physically demanding full-time jobs?
Why have they even got volunteering in there? Like, I used to do volunteer work on, like, the weekends. And not once did I think I should be being paid for this, because it was a voluntary fucking thing.
Yes, that is kind of the definition of volunteer.
Like, nobody was going to pay me to go and rescue hedgehogs.
Well, in the volunteering I do, which is very, very good at the gender equality, because no woman, you're not getting away with it. You go over there and start lugging 20 kilos sacks of crap.
No,
oh, what's that? That's too hard. Well, gender equality says suck it up.
Too little for that.
Which is something else they also can't seem to wrap their heads around. Oh, why do men do hard work? Because they're twice the size of women. Now, I know that's a hard concept for feminists to understand.
In me and Discordia's case, I'm 3 times her size, because she's really tiny and I'm fat as fuck.
Yeah, but she's at the perfect height to rip your kneecaps off.
Bite your ankles, Trim.
Yeah, she's like an ankle slicer from
It's like your
from
ankles
Narnia.
turn.
Ankle slicer from Narnia. That's Disco.
Oh, hello, George.
Uh-oh.
Cat.
So this report also looked at results by location. In more advantaged areas, couples may substitute unpaid work for paid domestic help. No shit, you fucking retards! That's why stay-at-home parents exist? Because if you have to pay someone to do it, it's going to be really fucking expensive?
I mean, you got something called daycare as well.
Yeah, which is disgustingly overpriced, to be fair.
Oh yeah, it is.
But,
I mean, Norway's overpriced the country, and our shit is overpriced.
well, if you make less than $350,000 a year per family, the Australian government will pay some of your childcare fees.
Oh.
Because somehow that's of benefit to me.
I mean, it's better than forever locking you down for nothing, I guess. At least your government can do something right, kind of.
I'm yet to see any evidence whatsoever of that. Our government couldn't even be a tyrannical dictatorship properly. They tried. Right, so these idiots say that if a household had 20 hours of unpaid work a week, a woman would conduct 15 hours of it and a man 5 hours. However, if they paid someone to take 10 hours of that household work, although the woman would halve her hours to 7.5 hours, the man would reduce his to 2.5. So what? What is that sentence even saying? I don't know what that sentence is trying to tell us. Although the woman would halve her unpaid hours to 7.5 hours, the man would reduce his to 2.5 hours.
Right, so I
half.
think what they're saying is because he does less to begin with, half of the unpaid hours would come out of the time that he does them. So he would be doing even less.
But he's doing 50% less, which means that they're idiots.
That still doesn't make any sense to me. So
they're starting with 20 hours of unpaid work, of which the woman does 3/4. Right, so you halve the total amount and the woman still does 3/4. Is that even worth 2 sentences? Literally what they're saying is that if you halve the amount of work to be done, the amount of work done is halved.
So I think what they're saying is, in that case, someone they paid should come in and do 10 hours, and the man should still do as much as he's doing, so there'll be 5 hours.
Yeah, I think that's their
argument.
argument.
Should be reduced to 5 hours.
Yeah, I think that's their
then
argument.
What is she doing with the extra time?
Probably not going to work.
Like, fair enough, if she was going to be taking on a full-time job, so they were taking someone in to do 10 hours a week, then you might want to redistribute.
Yes.
I don't know. Like, this is the thing. Like, this is based on people's personal situations. So for every single family, it's a different thing is going to make sense.
Yes, and it's probably always going to be the one that works more or harder is going to do less at home. I don't understand why this is confusing for people.
But it's not feminist, I guess that's why.
Clearly. Because according to feminists, a man should work 10 hours a day in hard labour, then come home and do another 5 hours of unpaid labour, while the woman sits there doing what exactly? But I really don't understand their logic. What? Okay, the man goes to work and does 8 hours of work. The woman stays at home for 8 hours. So that's 8 hours of unpaid labour. What's the fucking problem? Oh wait, there isn't one, because I guarantee that in an 8-hour period, a stay-at-home parent does not do 8 hours of work. Because I would love to have a job where I could go, be in the building for 8 hours, but only have to actually do something for 4.
Oh boy.
So, here's a big headline with the question. If men want to play a greater role in unpaid childcare, do they have to quit their jobs? No, they just have to work all through the fucking night, apparently. So, these idiots go on to say, reversing the trend where women do the bulk of unpaid work is a challenge. Is it? But some families have managed to. For some woman and her husband, who has a different surname, I'm seeing a pattern here. Sharing the role involved many serious conversations and life-changing choices. Oh, so adult communication then.
Right, so they managed to communicate with each other and find a situation that worked for them.
Yes.
You're trying to take a big brush here and just paint everybody's life with it and be like, no, everybody needs to do things the way that I want them to do it. It's like, no, just let people find a thing that works for their situation.
Yes.
And if this woman is not happy with her situation, it's her husband she needs to be having the conversation with, not the media.
Yeah. Also, have you noticed? We'll talk about. There's another another commonality in these cases that I've noticed, and we'll talk about that after we listen to what's going on with these people's circumstances. So, the guy chose to quit his full-time executive role just before the pandemic to spend more time with his family. He now works in a consultancy role from home. Post-birth of the second child, the woman suffered postnatal depression, and so the husband decided it was time for him to step in and help with raising their 2 children.
Okay.
So, he says, I think one of the spillages from the COVID pandemic was that it gave us more time at home and uncovered a new way of working. I wanted to support my wife, she was carrying a full load and we had to deal with some health issues. I wanted the flexibility so that I could be at home and spend more time with my children. The couple now share school drop-offs and pickups as well as domestic duties. We try to be fair with each other and then with the house chores. We try to basically split not only the task of the to-do list, but also the mental load. She says aside from helping develop a better relationship between them and with their kids, it allowed her to focus on rebuilding her career. It's a beautiful balance to be able to give your full self to the things that matter to you, she says. So, firstly, good on them figuring out something that worked for them. But secondly, have you noticed how none of these people are poor living in a shithole town?
Like he's doing an at-home consultancy role.
Yes, and he was previously an executive. And the previous couple, she was a lawyer, he's an electrical engineer. Why does it seem to only be rich people whining about this?
Because they're entitled little shits.
Yep.
I mean, that's the basic of this entire thing. Entitlement. So much entitlement.
But they're only talking to people who have money, who have the choice. Like, he chose to quit his full-time job, and now he works as a consultant from home. So he's self-employed, he can choose his hours. He can just walk away from whatever he's doing if he wants to. How does this apply to someone who has to work in a low-paid labour position at a site that might be an hour's drive away? Or what about the people who work from home but have to still do 8 hours of work? Like, there's a lot of call centre jobs now that have transitioned to work from home, but you still have to be sitting at your computer for 8 hours.
Oh boy.
Prime Knight asks, where's the women living on food stamps and the husband doing janitor work for 60 hours a week with 4 kids? Exactly. Is that woman...
Into the media.
Yeah. But would that woman be complaining about having the husband not doing unpaid labour? No, fucking course not. The only people whining are the well-off.
Yeah.
And notice that they also don't mention what her career is. Oh, fuck me dead. So she says that having free or more heavily subsidised childcare and flexible work options would be a game changer in helping more women get back to work. Right, so you want the government to pay for you to have more free shit.
It's always the government who has to gives.
Yes.
Yes, but who's actually paying for that free shit?
Well, I can tell you who. It's going to be the people earning less than $50,000 a year or the people on welfare. Because they're the ones who get screwed. They're the ones whose income goes down in real terms due to cost of living increases. Student of History says, because rich people have the capability of whining about it. Me as a poor man, a girl tells me she's pregnant. Guess what? I'm going to physically work myself into unconsciousness, which means I can't do much chores. As Billy says, middle class, first world problems. And it literally is. This is
up the song "First World Problems" by Weird Al.
Yeah, oh God, Weird Al's great. But this really is a middle class problem. The lower class don't have time for this shit. The upper class just pay someone.
Yeah. Yeah, beat me to it.
Ah, fuck me, dude. This is. Let me bring up. So this woman's whining about the cost of childcare. Well, fortunately, when I worked for the welfare department, I actually worked for the childcare subsidy system. So this is my area of expertise. So let's have a look at some numbers. So, let's see. Oh, here we go. From 7th of March 2022, families with more than one child aged 5 or younger will get a higher rate of, well, will get more money. Well, there you go.
Oh boy.
So how much you can get? Well, let's see. If your family income is between $0 and $70,000, the government will pay for 85% of your childcare.
What?
Correct. If you earn between $70,000 and $175,000, the government will pay between 85% and 50% of your childcare. From $175,000 to $254,000, the government will pay for 50% of your childcare costs.
Damn. Conditions
do apply, because it's only up to a fixed amount per hour, but still, 85% of your childcare costs. And that's on top of all the other free shit they get from, because they have kids. So, she goes on to say, it allows parents to either go back to work or have some time off with the children because the mum can return to the workforce. Have you tried not alienating your parents? We've been over this. Here, grandma, have kid for 3 hours while I go have a coffee and a massage.
Honestly, like, I think if I have a baby, like, getting rid of my mother will be the hard part. Like, I think she'd just be like hovering, like, can I have now?
It's like the old cartoon. It's like the old cartoons with the cat. You open the door, put the cat out, close the door, turn around, the fucking cat's there again. It'd be like if.
Yeah, that would be
mothers are like that when you have kids. You open the door, push your mother out, close the door, turn around, and she's with the fucking kid again.
You can't get him away from it, for fuck's sake.
Student of History asks, how does Australia afford that? By screwing people on welfare. That's how they afford that, by screwing people on welfare. And having a 10% sales tax. So, they say, Employers are also starting to be more flexible in work options they offer families with kids. Again, why is it the employer's problem? You're the fucking idiot who chose to have a job and a kid. One of them is to be able to work part-time or flexible time, half work from home, half in the office. And I feel like with the pandemic, we realised that it's so easy to work from home. Again, middle-class problem. This doesn't apply to people who do manual labour for a living. This is the laptop class coming out to whine again. Hey, Trim.
Yeah?
You're a chef, right?
Yeah, last time I checked.
Cool. So how would your job go with you working from home?
Pretty bad, not gonna lie.
It's almost as if it's impossible for some jobs to have flexible work options like that. This seems to exclusively be a problem for white-collar laptop classes.
Yeah, but there's this one nice thing that you could do if you end up having a kid and you're a chef. It's called paternity leave.
Yeah, but you live in a country that cares about, at least pretends to care about its citizens.
Yeah, feels good.
I remember when they used to pretend to care. They never did, but
Yeah.
at least they pretended.
Those were the days. Well, for you. For me, they're still somewhat here. Kind of. Still.
Okay, so let's see. So, Mr. Nettleton says paid parental leave for dads is another important policy. He had to dip into his annual leave to take time off when Cleo was born. He says if paid parental leave was more generous, he would have taken more time off work to help his wife. He says, I had to use a combination of carers leave and annual leave, but it's not everybody is in the situation where they have that saved up. Even then, that was only 3 weeks. Cool, that tells me how much his income is. Because, again, government's parental leave is covered by the Families Office, where I used to work. Let me have a look.
How does Australia afford that? Student of history.
Yes. Boom, here we go. Get 2 weeks of dad and partner pay in Australia, you need to earn less than $150,000. So guess who has just a financial year. So guess who just told us that he earns more than $150,000 a year but couldn't take more than 3 weeks off?
I kind of zoned out.
So this guy is complaining that he could only get 3 weeks of paid leave. Well, government will give you 2 weeks of paid leave if you earn less than 150,000 Australian dollars.
Yeah, so... Oh, yeah, so he just basically outed himself that he makes over that.
Yes, he
Nice.
just told us that he makes more than $150,000. Which, for
That's
those of you who don't do dollary-doos, you can roughly halve that to convert to pounds, so call that £75,000. And he's whining that he couldn't afford to take a couple of weeks off. Have you tried not living beyond your means?
So he basically almost makes a Norwegian million a year.
Probably.
What a little bitch.
Yep. It's literally middle-class, white-collar problems.
So basically, these are people I just want to drop kick again.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, the kid is nice though because it still hasn't grown up to grow an entitled little shit. But seeing how entitled the parents are, we know that kid is fucked.
Yep. Student of History says they're making over 150k and still whining. Yes, and that's just him.
How bad is a woman gonna be?
Yeah. So, Medibank, which is a health insurance company, chief executive and Champions of Change Coalition member, Some Loser, says men can take a greater role in unpaid care. Can they? Is that a thing that low-income manual labour men physically even can do?
I'm shook.
He currently takes time out of his work to attend to caring for his elderly parents. The chief executive of Medibank, the largest health insurance company in the country.
Huh.
Let's see if Google will tell me his income.
How do you say that name? David David gurgly noises? Makes, not gets, apparently.
Well, his predecessor made $2 million a year.
Oof. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Oh, so the guy he replaced. So the previous chief executive made $3.2 million a year. £1.6 million a year. And is the chief executive. And he says, oh, I can take time off work to care for my parents. How does somebody who makes $30,000 a year do that? Go on, tell us.
Jesus.
The guy who makes $3 million a year sitting here telling us that he can take time off out of his work to attend for his parents. Fuck's sake. He says the company recently introduced a policy to enable both men and women 14 weeks off work to raise children within 2 years of having the child. Next question, is it paid? Oh wait, it doesn't say that. Whoops.
Probably not if it's not mentioned in the...
Exactly.
If it's not mentioned before, it's not.
Exactly. So
it is for the workplace to just keep screwing you over.
Yep. So he says the company is now considering extending the policy to people who have other caring responsibilities, such as looking after elderly parents or people with a disability. It's about what's the policy and how do you normalise it. He says, I've looked after my older parents. I've done shopping for them every week. I miss me's because I've got to go and take them to an appointment. I did that this week, says the man who makes $3 million a year. He could afford to pay someone full-time to look after his parents. So he says, and me sharing that story and saying, yeah, it's okay to spend that time. We have a flexible work environment. That normalises and makes it okay for other people to do that. Again, how does someone who makes $30,000 a year take 14 weeks off? What an absolute wanker. So he says, unless men and women share unpaid caring roles more equally, more women will not be able to return to work in full-time roles. Why does that matter? It doesn't allow women to fully participate in the workforce. It doesn't enable them to realise their full potential to gain their independence and to contribute fully to their work and their aspirations, he said. I'm sorry, but how do parents in a relationship have independence? How does a parent have independence? Go on, explain it to me how a parent has independence. How does a parent contribute fully to their work? When, for fuck's sake, what absolute idiots.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So, some other idiot says, to reverse the trend of women doing mostly unpaid work, so to reverse all of the known human history, women in government workplaces and families need to break down structural and cultural barriers. This includes encouraging male employees to take paid parental leave in the first year of a child's life. Sorry, what? Are you going to start offering paid parental leave now, are you? Because I don't know a single man who's a parent who wouldn't take it if it was offered. But problem is, there's no such thing as paid parental leave in Australia, other than a couple of weeks.
Parental leave in Norway, if I remember correctly, is around 5 months,
Yeah,
7 months.
yeah. Is that for the mother, the father, both?
Father, the mother gets about a year, if I remember correctly.
That's not. That's pretty cool, but you guys can afford that.
Yeah, oil money.
Yeah. So, oh, here we go. Part of the reason why I think that's so important is because whatever happens that first year also sets up the pattern in that family. Who's going to do the work for the next 18 to 20 years? If you have a gender split, one that ends up where the majority of the burden falls on the childbearing partner in that first year, there's every likelihood that that will continue for 20 years. Again, what's the fucking problem here? Prime Knight says, as I wrote, where are the families on food stamps with 4 kids? Exactly. Student History says the parent has independence. The issue is that they also have responsibilities to their children. These people are attempting to alter what their responsibilities entail. Yes, that's right. And I still demand to know where my money for mowing the lawn is.
Or shoveling snow from my driveway.
Yeah.
Why would I get paid for doing the chores that are part of having my own house?
Exactly. So they whine a bit more, but don't say anything useful. But again, what are you whining about? This family up here managed to find something that worked for them. Even though the man's still the primary earner and now does half the work, so he's getting diddled. But if he's okay with that, who cares? Prime Knight says we need a name for articles like this. BS middle class problems. Student Fisty says your lawn mowing money is tied up in your house's worth. I wish I owned a house. It's tied up in not getting kicked out by the fucking real estate. So that's one article of women whining about having to do their own damn jobs.
Yeah, privileged and entitled women whining. That's what.
Yes.
Actual fucking women just strap their belts on and just do what they
Yes.
have to do.
Women whose husbands apparently make more than $150,000 a year. But yes, as Prime Knight pointed out, where are the all the women who are getting government assistance to raise their kids? Where are those families? Oh, you're not interested in talking to them?
Because they're not worthy, of course.
Student History says, hold up, you're renting and still required to handle upkeep? Yes, because that's how renting in Australia has always worked.
Wait a minute, I'm just some tea.
Poor little lady, addicted to tea.
Yeah.
Such a horrible fate. Maybe there's some different kind of leaves in that tea.
If only, eh? Oh, dear. But
Probably she buys tea from Snoop Dogg's brand.
yeah. To touch again on Student History's point, if the cost of upkeep was included in the rent I had to pay, I wouldn't be able to afford to live in a house. Prime Knight says the lower class is filthy and probably don't have the same progressive WF values. Yep. Live in the pod. Give your child to the government. And be happy.
No. No. There's so much bullshit. Just completely nonsensical bullshit.
Yep. And again, I demand to know where the sexy, rich woman who wants a stay-at-home husband to raise her kids is. Because sign me the fuck up.
Oh, Jonathan Crow.
Hey, it's the Crow. But yes.
White male privilege payment.
Yeah.
Well, it's in the COVID bank with all the others.
Indeed. But where, Trim, where on earth is my super sexy wife who makes more than $150,000 a year, who will go to work and leave me at home with the kids and a computer?
Okay, there's a high chance that you'll be cucked at her workplace when she cheats on you.
I see. You don't understand the part where there was no requirement of me giving a shit about her was in that.
Oh, right. Fair.
I like student history. Where the sugar mamas at?
Oh, by the way, I now remember where Jonathan Crow's white privilege payment is. It was removed and added to the payment increase of the British MPs because they've done
Yes.
such a good job as of late.
Yes, because they totally haven't ruined the economy.
Yeah. Oh no, if prices increase, we better give ourselves some extra money from the people's pockets, of course.
Yep. Inflation's gone up. Better give ourselves more money. Prime Knight says the biggest threats to the world: number 1, WEF, 2, China, 3, space lizards. Oh, I see you've heard of Biden. We know you like sugar, Trim. It's a problem for both of us.
Yes. Brown sugar, white sugar. So, are we gonna go to the Vosh versus J.K. Rowling and see how the possible pedo goes against the former LGBT fangirl?
Not just yet. We've got a couple of other things to look at first.
Alrighty. I'm gonna go get myself a little drink. I'll be right back, so I'm just leaving you alone.
Alright, let's see. What else we got? Prime Knight says politicians' salary should be set by the people, not themselves. Bloody oath. And George says if the politicians really thought the minimum wage worked, it would increase every time their wage did. Yes, but we know that the politicians aren't actually concerned with the people living good lives. Oh dear. Oh, I see what disco means about today's episode reading list being black pills.
Yes.
Kentucky Sexy Summer Camp. For kids! I give up. I'm done. I'm going home.
Literally, I just kind of like, I was doing the reading list. It just kind of pops my head over the monitor. I'm like, Harry. Like, for fuck's sake. Get
Which
the
Harry?
fucking wood chipper.
What has happened? What?
What?
Yeah. I just came back from putting my coffee machine on, and you're starting to.
Well, that's your fault. No.
Okay,
No.
fine.
I
know when. I know
not
when
this
I'm not.
time. Not this time. No.
This time.
Host Harry, and he's just like, I just gonna stick my head over the monitor. I'm like, Harry. The more I'm only like one link in, and I already want to patent a handheld wood chipper.
Handheld wood chipper now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see why.
As long as it's not hand powered.
Like, super
Wait, what?
sexy summer camp for children. Like, fuck you.
Wait, what was? I did not just read that.
Yes, you did. And what do you think they're teaching at the Sexy Summer Camp for children?
How to masturbate into a fucking watermelon or something. I don't know.
Yes.
Some weird shit.
Sex liberation, gender exploration, BDSM, being a sex worker, self-managed abortions, And sexual activity while using licit and illicit drugs.
Okay, only the important things then.
Oh, jeez.
And they're
I'm
all
turning you
fat,
down.
disgusting feminists.
I'm gonna go mute myself.
Oh, yep,
Am
they
I
are
way too loud or
teaching
something?
masturbation.
Fuck.
Yeah, sorry that I'm late. I completely forgot it was Saturday.
One of those days, huh? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's no sexual liberation until prisons are abolished. Well, that sounds like pro-pedophilia. Yes, George, self-managed abortions.
Okay. I'm probably gonna get a sound complaint from the landlords.
I mean, just show them the video and they'll probably understand, to be fair.
Oh, they probably will, but Jesus fucking Christ. What? Why? What? How did this exist? I went away to start my coffee machine so I can
Well,
make
it's
myself a
your
cup of
fault then,
coffee.
Trim.
It's not my fault with the fucking coffee that there's a bunch of fucking bitches being a fucking pedo camp, getting a fucking pedo camp. What the fuck is wrong with this fucking world?
You see, this is what happens when people who are abused end up growing up and thinking their abuse is actually a positive thing.
Yes.
How does this make sense?
Do you think it needs to?
Yeah.
I don't fucking get this. I don't want to be on this planet anymore.
You'd be surprised how many female teachers have fantasized about fucking their students. Literally, you can find all that kind of shit on 4chan and Reddit very easily.
There's also a lot of teenage students who fantasize about fucking their teachers, but
Yeah, but that's just horny teenagers, and that's
it
understandable.
is, but it's kind of creepy still.
It is, but you know what's worse than the female teachers fantasizing about fucking their students? The ones that actually go and do it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those. Oh hey, my coffee's done. I'll be right back. I need some caffeine.
It might be too early for Trim to start drinking.
I don't know. Sounds like a good plan to me.
So, let's talk about something less disturbing. The gender pay gap again. So...
At least it's not the gender pedo gap.
What the fuck?
I'm back. Hello.
Hi, we heard you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I spoke in my own language. Just this got under my skin. So they just made what? Are they openly advertising for a pedo summer camp?
Basically.
Yeah.
And self-managed abortions. What, do you use fucking clothes hangers?
Yes, I assume so.
Or they get their boyfriend to punch them really hard in the guts.
What, you think these idiots have boyfriends? Are committed to a stable relationship?
Well, not after the punching they don't, but, you know.
No, they'll get money from the lawsuit.
I mean, it's a pretty stable way of doing it, you know. Plus, you know, guy gets to work out, see what it's like to actually punch a real human.
Sorry, student of history, I was kind of losing my mind. Is like, oh, look at this. We're gonna make a camp for fucking pedophiles. This is gonna be fun.
And the thing is, you've never actually seen child porn, have you? It's like fucking horrible. Don't go on the dark web at all. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Fucking creepy.
We're going to see on the news tomorrow. Norwegian man goes crazy, executes a bunch of Islamists.
I just now I'm going to do the same thing, the right thing, I'm gonna log onto a video game. I'm gonna cheat myself onto a load of weapons and just have fun.
Yeah, excellent. Oh god, George says there was a girl in my hometown who would get drunk, have unprotected sex, get a pregnancy scare, then get alcohol poisoned on purpose so the pregnancy would go away. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Lots of things, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Okay, moving away from the depressing shit, let's talk about how the feminists
Depressing?
are still whining about the
Depressing
gender pay
isn't-
gap.
This shit ain't depressing, Bezek. This shit is enraging.
It can
to
be
me.
both.
Oh god, I hate this fucking planet so much right now.
Yeah. Let's have a look at something slightly less appalling. So, Gender Pay Gap Bot calls out brands tweeting about International Women's Day while paying women less than men. So, here's a screenshot of it. Employers, if you tweet about International Women's Day, I'll retweet your gender pay gap. Because the gender pay gap totally exists.
It does, but not in the way they think.
Yep. Because it's an earnings gap, not a pay gap. Fucking idiots. Right, so, let's see. So here's one about a company that doesn't matter. In this organisation, women's mean hourly pay is 59% lower than men's. Cool, so that tells us nothing. It is... Yeah, I have no idea what they sell. Well, let's have a look and see if the internet can tell us what this company sells.
I am who I am.
Lingerie, nightwear, loungewear, and swimwear. Cool.
Nice.
So,
Victoria's Secret.
how much do you... Basically, so how much do you think a retail level idiot makes, and how much do you think the guy who repairs the bra machine makes per hour?
There's a machine to repair bras.
No, to make them. I assume there's a machine
Oh.
that makes bras.
I mean, I'm assuming that much, but I was like, you can repair them? I thought that was well beyond us now. That was one throwaway economy.
Yeah.
According to one of my best friends, she is very dedicated to her most comfortable bras.
Yeah. Understandable. So in a company that sells lingerie, how many retail workers do they have the demand? Is the answer none? Or
I don't know.
I'd be willing to guess that there are very few men working in the lingerie store, and if there are any, they're probably not straight.
I don't know. Like, is that not a job that some men might want? Like, yeah, I'll help you pick out lingerie.
Yep.
I always find lingerie shopping very boring. And men's lingerie is fucking shit, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. Like, what am I meant to wear? Boxers or briefs? Tidy whities? I mean, come on.
Just a
You
ribbon.
got nothing.
Oh, Commando, like a real man.
Just wrap a ribbon around it and see if she wants the present.
One of them man thongs.
Yeah. Student
Alright.
history says repairing the machine that makes the bra, not the machine to repair the bra. We're not that far into the Neo-Depression yet. Quick polls amongst the men. Do you think you're qualified to work in a women's underwear shop? No. I know nothing about bra sizes. I'd be useless. I'd also get distracted.
Always trying to fit all the ladies that come in.
You know, like 10 minutes into like measuring, she's like, "Have you done measuring yet?" Not quite.
I need a few more minutes just to get it just right.
Don't you need a tape to measure the size? No.
I'm just eyeballing it.
No, measuring by
using
touch.
just my hand is much preferable. See, I can simulate the cup with my hand.
I can see why there's not many men working there.
You just look up and you say, measure?
Wait, that's what you wanted?
I thought I just got paid for groping here.
I'd like to complain about the sizer. What sizer? That guy. He doesn't work here.
Oh yeah, he comes in from time to time and carrying a tape measure.
Exactly.
We try to get rid of him, but he keeps suing us.
What seems to be quite an odd thing about bra sizes for women is that they always differ in different shops.
Yep.
That's pretty much the same for most clothing, though.
Indeed.
Oh, boy.
Oh dear. So,
Can I just ask what made you bring up the whole pedo camp thing?
fucking Lotus Eaters.
Oh. Well, I'm
Well,
blaming Discordia and John here because John is a part-time hire and the Discord is a full-time hire. Why, though?
I'm not
mean,
a
I don't write
part-time
the
hire, I'm a
segments.
contractor. At
I
least
don't
get
write
that
the
right.
segments.
I'm gonna if I ever meet Carl, I'm gonna force him to eat sugar.
It was Harry's fault. I just
Uh,
like I was doing the reading list for
What
that
does
segment. and I'm
what
just
is the
like
thing Harry doesn't like?
pedos.
Well,
Probably.
no human likes pedos, but something that just annoys him in general.
And I knew it
imagine
would be a segment as well because it was a nonce segment, and I'm just like, Harry, this reading list, and he's like, I know, and I'm like, this fucking reading list.
oh dear. Moving away from that, we can come back to it later if we need to.
Oh god.
Oh dear. Prime Knight says note would be used for harassment while trying to give a land whale a bin bag for a body. Based. And George says, I've been blessed to have several girlfriends with double D and larger chests, which made me a master of the back rub, and a good bra is as important as the cables on a suspension bridge. Serves about the same purpose, too. So,
Helps it from falling off.
for
Falling apart.
this company that we've looked at, they've looked at the mean hourly pay of women and the mean hourly pay of men, and found that it's 59% lower than the men's. Wait, 59% lower or 59%? Are they saying that it's only 41%? Either way, don't. So,
I'm sorry, but mean doesn't mean much.
no.
It's a completely statistical thing, and
It-
lies, damned lies, and statistics.
Yes, it also means even less when you are comparing women that work in retail to men repairing machines. Because I'd be willing to
Not
bet
mention,
that the 4 guys in the factory are on 6 figures, and the women in the shops are on maybe 30,000 a year, if they're lucky. And there's a
Yeah, I
1,000
mean,
of them. So the
if
1,000.
you've seen any of those accidents that happen in Chinese factories with machinery, you kind of know why the men get paid quite a bit for being there.
Yep. But that's literally what they're doing, especially for a company like this. The 1,000 women who work for 30,000 a year compared to the 4 men who work for 100,000 a year, not exactly helpful.
Plus, what do they expect the company to do? Suddenly pay all the women the same as the men, and then suddenly go bankrupt because they're paying such an extortionate amount more for everybody.
Yeah.
For doing not the same job, not even the same job, just
Yes,
Men
they expect retail
beneath them.
assistants to be paid as much as engineers repairing machinery. Here's another one, a company called Sweaty Betty, and I'd be willing to bet that's retail as well. We're empowering all women through fitness and beyond. Cool. So it's a women's fitness company.
Woo.
Do they have a website?
It does remind me of the stuff recently in the news where they were talking about trying to force businesses to have the gender pay gap and gender equality within the workforce. I'm just like, how the fuck do you expect to enforce that? Like, you're just going to be trying to find ways to fine companies. That's all it is. It's literally just another attempt to make money out of people.
Yep.
Give money. Give money
Okay, so
now.
this next company is women's workout equipment. And so again, same problem. Do the women answering the phones make as much as the men maintaining the website? No, of course not. Yeah, look.
And the other thing is, if we decide to go down this route and say, oh yeah, well, we're going to have the 100,000 a year CEO pay all of his staff 100,000 each as well, so everybody's paid equally. Let's do that. What do they think happens to the price of goods?
Well, they don't care because in their perfect communist world, you'll own nothing and like it.
Yeah, right.
Because remember, getting paid nothing means you're all paid equal.
I can't wait for a world war, honestly.
Equality, because everybody is equally fucked.
Yeah. Okay, so
sorry, I'm so blackpilled at the moment. I kind of like
we'll get
the
to
atomic breeze.
we'll get to the World War later. It's on the list. so I'm on the careers page.
Well. I just make sure that the fucking pedo summer camp.
Yeah, target number
the
one.
First to burn. No. Let it be in the zone where there's so much radiation that they fucking suffer from it, but they don't quite die from the nuclear heat.
Yeah.
Yes, much better.
So, let's have a look at the careers page. So we have raw materials and merchandising, stores and customer care, branding, digital, IT and systems engineers. Gee, I wonder which one of these has has men in it. Ooh, support, finance and logistics. Yes, so tell me more about how the men in the warehouse driving forklifts don't get paid more than the women in the stores putting, I don't know, spandex on racks.
Did you say spandex on racks or spandex on rats?
It sounded like rats.
Is there a difference?
Putting spandex on rats would be kind of weird.
I mean, if you...
I mean, it's an interesting hobby when you get used to it. I mean,
hello,
what?
This is my rat, George, and he's wearing our latest collection of running wear.
Because
yes,
we can't
fashionable as fuck.
Because we can't find a woman
really
that will run.
Popular in Haven Flight.
No, I said racks. But yeah, again, retail staff probably aren't going to get paid as much as the guys driving the trucks and the forklifts. If they've got a problem with that, get more women forklift licenses.
Guess what? It takes money and training to operate a fucking forklift. It doesn't take training, well, maybe a little bit of training to sell something to someone. All you have to do is be like, hey, this is a nice product and you want it, buy it. Pretty much the fundamental of sales is just learning how to deal with people being like, I'm not sure that I want it. And be like, well, actually, you do. Shut up. Buy it.
Yep. Bleach Demon says, will feminists complain about the gender death gap in a world war? Well, have you noticed how all of a sudden the women have stopped talking about women in the military?
You know what they want? What you should do is, once you've worked out all the death toll of the men, come back and eliminate that many women from the enemy population.
Sounds good.
Ow.
We must have balance.
Yes. Or make them replace the numbers. What?
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Oh, sorry, that was really Chinese of me.
I just sound like I'm advocating extermination a lot today, so I probably should say I am joking.
Gee, I wonder fucking why. I fucking wonder why mass extermination sounds like a good idea right now.
Okay, so who's this Pratt?
So next one on the list that they're complaining about is Goldman Sachs.
What the fuck is that?
They're basically just a company that makes money moving money.
Yeah.
I don't think they actually do anything of value.
Don't make a Jew joke. Don't make a Jew joke. Don't make a Jew joke.
Yeah, but basically, Well, why do you think it's called Goldman Sachs?
Oy vey.
Oh, here we go. So, investment banking, investment management, and security services.
You know, I actually find this kind of disgusting. They're called Gold Man, not Gold Woman. How fucking unprogressive
Yeah.
of them.
So let's see, what have they got? They've got finance, engineering, global investment research, global markets, internal audit, investment banking, legal, operations, risk, tax. Okay, I can't explain why it's so bad in Goldman Sachs, but I'd be willing to bet if there's a valid reason.
Is it part of the WEF, by the way?
Probably. Probably owns the WEF.
It is my WEF now.
But I don't know enough about Goldman Sachs and the financial industry to explain it, but I'd be willing to bet there's a damn good reason. Prime Knight says, as it's been said on this podcast, we need to get to a point where pedos can go and seek help without being damned, but if they have touched a child, they belong on a cross. Fucking
No.
oath.
Obliterate.
I mean, if I found someone had touched my daughter, I would not hesitate to parade their dead body through the streets as a warning to others.
Based.
I wouldn't even leave a body.
If I was on the jury, I'd say not guilty.
You've got to leave a body so people know in the area that
The body's
pedophiles
to
will
send a
still be
message.
lynched. Yeah,
Okay, maybe
like that's why
I'll leave
lynchings still
some
happen in
pieces.
Africa, to send messages
leave
to
some
thieves and
pieces.
stuff.
A few pieces shall be left then.
Yep. Here's another one. Virgin Atlantic. Okay, explain to me again how the aircraft mechanics, the pilots, the assorted ground crew moving baggage don't deserve more money than the idiot at the check-in desk at the airport. Like, fuck's sake, people, come on, pay attention. But I'm pretty sure the guy driving the fuel truck at the airport deserves more money than someone checking passengers in at the gate.
I just want to say, in my company, all the women on average earn more than the men in our company. It's just we're really progressive, and I'm not even lying. That actually is true. It's a true statistic. Mostly because I'm the only man in the company.
Funny how the lies, damned lies, and statistics cuts both ways.
Yeah.
So that's the end of the article, and I just can't be bothered to read it because it's the ABC and it'll be cringe. But we've got the Twitter feed for the stupid fucking bot. Oh, Birmingham City Council. Women's median hourly pay is 3.9% lower than men's. Well, it is Birmingham. But again, does that include the men who do all the technology and the construction and the engineering? Oh, here we go. Another women's lingerie company where the women will earn less than the men. Again, is that because hospitality workers earn less than truck drivers? Oh, here we go. Department of Health and Social Care for the UK government. Again, are the IT technicians going to get paid more or less than some desk monkey? More councils?
Who is Gary Plush? Say Plush, a weird name. Prime Knight spoke of him. Who is that?
Gary Plush is a hero normal. He's the guy who shot the pedo that raped his kid in the head on live TV.
Oh yeah. 180 no scope and just
Yep.
Oh yeah.
He is a hero.
I'm gonna watch that one again.
It's a feel-good story, isn't it?
It's a feel-good fucking video.
And he got the judge is a fucking legend too.
I just like wait, didn't he just say to the judges, wouldn't you have done the same? It's like, yeah, community service.
Well, that's what the judge. That's what the judge basically did. Gave him a suspended sentence, probation, and community service. And like the judge actually straight up came out and said, "What's he? Well, what's the chance of him reoffending?" Like the point of punishing criminals is supposed to be for the betterment of society and to prevent criminals from reoffending. The guy wasn't going to reoffend. And how does it? And again, they said, how does it help society to put him in prison? But yes, Gary Plush is a legend. Oh, here we go. University of Leicester. Again, who gets paid more or less, a receptionist or the guy who drives the tractor and mows the lawn? In all of these cases, it can be narrowed down to men doing manual labour or qualified jobs. NHS trust. Well, there's your fucking problem. It's the NHS.
So many problems with that.
Yeah. Yep, it's all just colleges. And you can see, every time there's a larger gap, it's one where it's going to be labour-based. Somewhere we...
What happened? You got silent.
I just lost track. I was where I was going.
Nice. My stream is lagging a bit.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Ah, dear. Right, so let's have a look at what they had to say on Reddit, because holy shit, it was one fucking base thread.
Usually is.
Yeah. But
I have a link to the clip where Gary does the right thing. Can I just post that in the chat?
yeah, go for it.
There's a woman speaking over it, so it's good. Have fun with that, folks. That is a feel-good conclusion. There's nothing gory. It's just a head that gets a little bit of a knock, shall we say.
Oh god. That student of history found an article. Why men love lingerie. Rat study offers hints. God damn it. Oh, fuck, that's in live shows. Yeah, okay, where were we? So here's a post. So they're commenting, in this organisation, hourly pay is 59%, 63% lower, 36.8% lower. And they say, absolutely meaningless statistics without knowing the breakdown by gender for job title, years of experience, etc., etc., etc. And controlling for all factors, it drops to like 3%, which I'm pretty sure we've figured out was due to negotiation.
Yeah, women are more agreeable generally than men are.
Yes.
I think it was something like that.
It was exactly that, and then they were too busy complaining about the word agreeable.
Oh, that makes it sound like we're fucking sex slaves or some shit. I don't know. Oh, fuck's sake.
So they're disagreeable in being agreeable.
I think we need to fix the gender pay gap that is happening on OnlyFans.
Yes.
Well,
Wait,
on you
where's there
get
a
then,
part-
John.
Hey, what makes you think I don't already have one?
I mean, listen to that voice, woman.
He does ASMR porn. I mean, it is a thing. Why, I'm not sure, but it is a thing.
How you feeling today? Hmm?
I think he
Daily
actually
nice
could
cup
make
of hot chocolate. Boyfriend fucking thing, yeah.
I think Disco's getting a bit hot and bothered here. Maybe
She's
she's
probably
very
preparing to send me some nasty articles to read. I don't know.
Trim, don't be projecting your feelings onto me. If you're getting hot and bothered,
Oh, I am
you can,
openly for this. I am openly this. Yeah.
Oh,
No
dear.
homo, by the way. There, it's good. No homo.
I have no worries either way. Who does? If they do, it's a compliment. Nothing more.
Oh, dear. So,
No.
back on the pay gap, another comment. Does it mention what specific jobs they're doing? Boom. Another person says, when I first saw this tweet, most of them were equal or higher, with a handful of companies only paying marginally less.
It's just like when people can just immediately point to a tweet and say, "Oh yeah, well this company's got 56% difference. Oh, see, there's a gender gap." But then they don't actually enforce any of the data. They don't look at the statistics. They don't look at the comparison. They don't look at what's averaging. They're just using a quick
statistics are
metric to
evil.
be able to say, "Hey, I'm right, you're wrong." Yeah, it's just like, why would anyone take any of these people seriously? Unfortunately, people do. I don't get it.
Statistics are evil, though.
That
so are
statistics
people.
really are. Well, they're easily manipulated.
Yeah, and it's the true statistics are the statistics that agree with the narrative, of course.
Yeah.
God, imagine what Edward Bernays could have done.
So who wants to laugh at famous people? Because Pitbull's in trouble.
Always laughed at. Oh, Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide. Oh, fucking hell.
Yep.
Hey, he still exists.
He is in trouble on Women's Day.
Oh.
Well, he does what a pit bull does there.
Yep.
Dry humps whatever he sees.
Fucking oath. So he made this post with a bunch of sexy, scantily clad women, and women fucking lost it. So he says, "Happy International Women's Day to all of the women around the world." That's pretty transphobic.
I just. Why are they so obsessed? It's like, I don't see myself represented, therefore you're evil.
Yeah, but no. However, fans were quick to notice that Pitbull appeared to have his hand rests on the neck of the woman in the bottom. That's what they're complaining about, his hand on her neck. I see everyone dissecting the hell out of this post, but not a single post about the neck grip. Why the hand on the back of the neck? Wah!
See, he was
Like, that woman doesn't look like she's complaining.
Well, of course not. He's rich.
And how many of these women actually like being choked in bed, I wonder?
Probably all of them. They look like that kind of dirty sort. Like, I'm not, I'm not judging. I'm jealous.
I have no
I
problem with
appreciate
people
the
having
honesty.
kinks at all, but like, it's the hypocrisy of, oh, he's doing something that he shouldn't be doing. Like, well, who the fuck are you to decide what he should or shouldn't be doing? These women can tell them, like, you're assuming these women haven't any power to tell them to fuck off. So you're being more misogynistic than he is.
Well, it's like when the women complained about the black girls at the car races and got them all fired.
The dark girls.
Yeah, got them all fired. Do you know who was complaining? Not them.
Ugly women.
Yeah, it was ugly women complaining. As soon as it happened, all the fucking girls were out there going, "You fucking idiots! You lost me that job. I was making shitloads of money every day." They were having a great time.
Learn the code.
To be fair, a lot of them will probably end up going to places like OnlyFans because they know that their beauty sells. So they're going to go to the place where they can sell it without people trying to fucking mess up their careers.
Exactly.
Oh, fucking hell. Feminism's really fucking destroyed any integrity like women tend to have in the modern day. Like, on an individual basis, women can have integrity, but the whole character of women in society is completely fucking flipped on its head.
Well, it's intentionally been done so by feminism. It's completely ruined.
It's
Student of
basically-
history
I
says-
just think feminine. Oh, sorry.
Student history says these women are probably the same women who would look at these women and say, stupid pretty skanks.
Yep.
I mean, they probably are stupid pretty skanks, but more power to them.
Yeah, you don't have to be
I'm
smart
pretty
to
sure
get
that
money, though.
feminism isn't any sort of revolutionary thing nowadays.
I mean, most guys' only problem with this photo is it's not them in the center.
Wait, how do you know?
Because
Well,
I've
to be
seen
fair-
you.
To be fair, like, he's not actually even doing anything sexual. He's just gathered a bunch of people who could just be models, that friends of his that he knows, and he's just like, yeah, I want to take a cool photo. Let's hire a bunch of women,
Yep.
pay them some good money just to pose with me. He like this is the thing. A lot of this is just fucking faked bravado. It's not even that he's fucking these women or anything like that. People are just assuming
Yep.
that he's got this kind of weird.
Well, that's it. And his
power.
hand's basically just resting on her neck. It's not like he's grabbing her neck. His fingers are barely even near it.
Yep. And he's got his other arm. Oh, it's on her knee. Ooh, how fucking.
At least the knee is not on her neck.
Yeah.
We're gonna get Derek Chauvin for the next video. Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I just had to. The opportunity was there, and I could not let it go.
Oh, dear.
Instead of having Black Lives Matter, you'll have Women Lives Matter in the streets.
Well, they...
What if the
No.
what if the chick to the right does it to the mid chick in the left? I mean, is she dark enough? Does anyone have the skin scale?
We're going to have
don't know.
to get the color picker out and see, just check
We
tones.
have got someone who's slightly ginger looking and one that's kind of got like blonde highlights, sort of. But the rest have all got dark black hair, so can we assume ethnicity from their hair color?
Well, one of them's got curly black hair, so they're presumably the most blackest.
Give her some
Because
color.
their
We'll
hair's
do the
black
rest.
too. Because remember, it's a cultural thing, not just a race thing.
Yeah,
That being
it's
said,
not
they're
hair
also
color.
all wearing black clothes, and he's wearing a white shirt, so that's obviously a racist call out
Exactly.
about, you know,
But
he
if
was
you have
enslaving black people
Yeah,
to his will.
it's
If a black
totally not
tie-
just because they look sexy and black, and he's wearing white because that's what men traditionally wear when they're wearing a dress shirt and a bow tie. Student of history says, had to take that opportunity and drag it out of the car and throw it to the ground trim.
Yes, just unashamedly, yes. The
Let's
moment
see.
was there, and I took it.
George says, feminist. Sex work is real work. Grid girls. Exactly. Feminist. Not you. Or more like, not you. And then, of course, student history, they're smart enough to leverage their beauty to sit there and make money. Exactly. Like, I can, even if I disagree with it on some levels, I'm never going to be able to argue with it on the capitalist ideal of you're sitting there doing nothing and getting money.
Yeah.
Like, how can,
I
I
think
can't
so.
argue with that. You've got to appreciate the hustle.
Actually, I am appreciating the hustle. Looks nice.
Yep.
It's like, you shouldn't be appreciating the hustle on a podcast, mate. There's time and a place, dude.
Ah!
And the time and
Not
place
that
is
guy.
not the gold tier Zoom call.
Yeah, fuck, it was a guy who did that. Jesus.
Really?
Christ.
What?
Yeah, that was the guy. He didn't have camera on, but he did audio on, and he was going to town.
Oh, that's so grim. I did not know
shit.
about that.
It's on one of like the
Jeez.
earliest ones too.
I think it was the
Oh.
one that. This is either the one before or the one after we met and started the the Discord and shit.
Yes,
Ah,
a
it must have been
really
before
long
I
time
joined
ago.
then.
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah.
And soon Pissy's like, I'm sorry, you what?
I am not kidding with you. It's just like people were talking and suddenly you just hear this slapping noise and heavy breathing. And everybody who was talking got this like nervous look in their eyes. And then just people started calling. I was like, can you stop jacking off? And he muted himself.
I must have missed that one.
Like, it's the weirdest fucking thing.
Oh my god.
I think he actually came out and just said, "Yeah, that was me," in another Zoom call a few months later. It's like, "Yeah, that was me." I don't remember who it was.
And I'd do it again.
Oh dear. Ah. So, the moment you've all been waiting for. Turf versus pedo. It's J.K. Rowling and Voight.
I want to see them have a death battle in the streets. We know who would win,
J.K. Rowling, of course.
obviously.
Let's see. All J.K. Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up, and she would have been almost uncritically beloved for like a century.
Do you think he'd be pro J.K. Rowling if she'd written a paedophile character?
Pretty
Yes.
much. Woman, be quieter and start apologizing. Challenge. Was that a good enough?
Oh, look! I can find Ukraine on a map. Then that's a map, and there's the Ukraine flag. Fucking.
I just thought that was like
Maybe Ukraine should come out and disavow Voight.
Yeah, they should.
not just the Ukrainians, but the Nazi Ukrainians should come out and disavow him.
Yes.
It's like,
They would
we
literally
don't
better
want to
it
be around
for
this
it.
guy.
It would literally be better for it.
Yep.
We might want to exterminate the Jews, but we won't touch kids. I mean, come on, we have standards.
Yep.
Ah, Jesus.
Oh
Hey,
dear.
who's the Lotus Eaters? Jeffrey Toobin. Cough, trim, cough? What?
What?
Jeffrey Toobin, isn't he someone who got in trouble for something sexual at work?
Student of history said it. I think he's trying
Oh,
to...
he was that guy who was streaming, wasn't he?
Oh,
And he
the
was streaming on
CNN
Twitch.
guy who was jacking on TV.
Oh, right.
Oh, that guy. Oh, yeah.
Who was jacking on a Zoom call. Right.
Maybe it was him.
George says the Azov battalion denounces Voight, instant approval increase.
I'd like that.
Vosh causes the Nazis to actually be popular for once.
Well, what would you prefer, Nazis or pedophiles? I mean, it's not a hard
Nazis,
question.
Absolutely. Sorry.
It's not a question for me. No, one is incredibly evil, and the other is not even human.
Well, the one's incredibly evil, the other's the Nazis.
Well,
Yeah, I would agree. I actually literally.
there's a difference. Is there a difference between pure evil and incredibly evil? Nazis are just incredibly evil.
I think the major difference is the mass manufactured evil, because obviously, Vorsh is only one guy. He can't exactly have a whole closet full of children. Well, we hope. But obviously, the Nazi regime.
I mean, if he ever got swatted, people will find so much shit in his apartment. I'm sure of it. That and also find his Skyrim trolls.
I'm surprised someone hasn't already tried hacking his computer and just finding out.
Maybe
Honestly, with the amount of bullshit.
VPN.
No, a good hacker would get past a VPN, no trouble.
Yeah, VPN doesn't really defeat a hacker. It's better. They're great and they're very useful tools, but that's probably not how a hacker would get in and go for you. Yeah. Besides, Voight is probably more susceptible to the hosepipe cryptography.
Oh god, I just realised we get the anonymous guy and tip him off that he's got to hack Vosh. That would be fucking great. Get them eating each other.
Hey, what's that weird guy who hacked the Freedom Convoy?
That's the guy I'm talking about.
The weird guy from Anonymous, yeah. Tell him that Voight donated.
Yes! So actually, though, he'll probably just side with Vosh in that, because he doesn't look like a stable individual, though.
What he'll do is he'll hack his computer, find his pedo stash, and then just keep it and be like, yep, that's mine. I like that.
DJ G, I'm doing a Vosh Hot Takes remix right now. That's gonna be the longest fucking video in YouTube's history.
That's gonna be good.
I'm kind of glad my hottest takes are like really fucking mild sometimes.
Says the guy
I
who's
got-
contemplated murdering women already en masse.
I mean,
Wait,
what?
You know, kill as many women
but
as men
yeah.
die in war.
Well,
I mean,
okay.
I don't advocate for that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, the feminists would probably be into that.
Yeah, because they'd be like, yes, kill all the pretty women first. We can pretend to be men. We have the
Then
ugly
it was-
chins for
Just
it. And
turn around and
weird
look
hair.
at them when you have the power. It's like, who said I was going for the pretty ones? Da da da.
Yeah. Oh dear.
As they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
No, beauty's in the eye of the beer holder.
What kind of beholder do you think I was talking about? I was talking about the Dungeons and Dragons creature.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Which one? There's a lot of beer.
beholder, you idiot.
Oh, beholder. Oh, that motherfucker! God damn it! I was talking about bear. Oh, did I forget about the beholder monster? Isn't it like fucking essential goddamn monster in the fucking thing?
yes.
Damn it!
It's essentially just a bunch of floating eyes, basically.
And
like,
a mouth,
with
and a
snorts and
giant
stuff.
fucking mouth.
Oh, yeah. I always forget about the mouth. Yeah.
Because there's so many fucking eyes.
Yeah. Oh god.
You should say, like, I see beauty everywhere. Kill me.
Student
It's
history.
just only fans. I can't afford it.
He subscribes to every fucking OnlyFans.
Each eye has a fucking phone, and it's only watching OnlyFans.
My life means nothing.
My endless treasure trove is also knowledge has no meaning.
Just the idea of this poor beholder who's just depressed. He's just sat there watching OnlyFans on people's fucking eyes.
Oh. Here we go. George says beholders are all feminists. They're ugly and round. Oh dear. Okay.
Sweet Christ on the bike. Ah.
That was a good one.
Right.
Student
So
history. Me, I hate the Fed. Sees Wallace Diddler compilation. Me, hi, I'd like to make reports to the FBI.
yep. Oh dear. So speaking of Wash. So
I mean, you must admit he's probably on a watch list somewhere, isn't he? He's got to be. You can't go around saying that kind of shit
California,
without
he's
someone
pretty
taking
much-
notice.
I mean, if
You'd
he's in
certainly hope
California,
so.
he has a fan club.
Yeah.
So J.K. Rowling responded to the pedo and said, "What you and your ilk fail to appreciate is how tediously familiar I find your tactics. I had a violent ex-husband who used to tell me life would be great if only I'd comply. But you're making the same mistake he did. Women like me can't be bullied out of resistance. Yeah, well, I had a government for 2 years that told me that life would be great if only I'd comply."
How well did that work against you?
Well, it just pissed me off and made me vindictive, didn't it?
Ta-da!
And you didn't even develop a fetish.
Oh, I've got plenty of those, but...
That's another story.
Now, if it was the government knocking at your door, scantily clad, jackboots on, ready to stomp on you, would you let them stand on you? Like, pretty beautiful
Well,
woman,
that
would
depends if she's wearing a skirt and whether she's wearing anything under it.
you? Touche.
Depends on also where she will step on you, by the way.
Yes.
I've seen some weird fucking snuff porn where, like, these women stood on a guy
What
to
the
death.
fuck
with,
haven't
like,
you been
stilettos.
watching?
I've seen
Yeah,
all
you
sorts
watched
of
some
weird
weird
shit.
stuff.
I have seen all sorts of shit. There's not a manner of thing on the internet that shocks me anymore.
So I wonder, does any of this get into the point where JK finds out that Vaj is an alleged pedophile?
Someone... Ooh. Well, the top comment here does. Something tells me that a man notorious for wanting to get rid of age of consent and who thinks women should be submissive isn't that bothered about trans people, but does enjoy an excuse to bully a woman.
For women, Scotland. Wait a minute, disco?
Well,
Oof. Next one's a bit vicious as well. Apparently, it's only females who are not entitled to safety from male violence. Because Voice replies, "Listen, Joanne, you don't get to play the victim card when you're the advocate for taking away women's rights here. Trans women are raped and killed in men's facilities, and you want to keep them there because of your trauma. Quit making your feelings other people's oppression." How many trans women have been killed in men's facilities? Voice? Specifically, in English men's
Quit
facilities.
making your feelings other people's oppression. Oh boy.
So apparently Vosh has released a video since called "The Moral Necessity of Being Sexist to J.K. Rowling."
Well,
What? I'm being misogynist, and I can say why it's a good thing.
says
Pretty
the
much, this is
delusional
like a moral
pedophile.
necessity.
You need to be evil to her too. Then again, I honestly wouldn't be surprised with him. The entire thing, I think, is just him literally feeding off. I'm going to say the most creepy and most outlandish things and see how people react, and just stick by it and be like, whatever.
Yeah. Of course, the trannies jump in to whine about how people aren't talking to them specifically. Gadsard pops in. "You were a queen, honey badger."
That's very like him.
Someone else says, "The worst mistake some men make is assuming that women who have suffered will be easy to bully into silence. They're sorely mistaken. I find it offensive to call Vorsh a man."
I mean, he doesn't even have the genitalia.
What do you know?
Some verified
I've seen the
checkmark
leaked
communist.
pictures. Again, like Crow, I've seen some shit on the
Yeah.
internet.
So, of course, some idiot says...
Oh, the pictures of him nude. Shit, I have seen them. Fuck.
Yep.
Thanks for reminding me.
I guess that's actually one of the worst things you can actually ever see. Except for his girlfriend. Those pictures look like fucking the ancient trolls of old Norwegian folk tales.
Yeah. So some group of communist idiots pops in and says, "Thank you for speaking up for the truly oppressed billionaire women." Then someone kicks him in the ass and says, "Weird how he's all for women's equality till one has an opinion they don't like. Then it's shut up and know your place. How very feminist, how empowering."
Damn.
People assume he's a feminist.
Well, he does seem a bit rapey, doesn't he?
Ah, yeah, true. That does explain it.
Yeah, but he's not into women.
But this
Well,
is
at
the thing
least not
with
grown.
male feminists, though. Like, they're all championing feminism and women until they find a woman that has the wrong opinions, and then they are probably the worst.
Wait, was that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle guy? The guy with the... If you go back a click.
What does Vorsh...
What does Vosh...
Do that? What? What does Vorsh
You
even
saw
do
the
that is of
video?
importance?
You should know who Vosh really is.
Oh, yeah, this is the whole video of him just with the pedo clips.
No, it's talking about him liking horse cock.
Oh, it's that one. Yeah, yeah. I knew it was one or the other. I mean...
Wait. That's, I guess that's because he desires what he does not have.
No, doesn't want it for the sake of him having a horse cock. He just wants the horse cock.
Yes, up his ass.
Not having a horse cock, but I guess yours is better.
He wants to receive a horse cock.
In the mail. En masse.
Yeah.
Preferably
gotta
with like a
call- we
lowly
gotta-
Hago face stickered all over it.
we gotta call the local butchers and see if there's been any stallions in lately.
He probably has a bad dragon thinking about it.
I don't want to know.
You've never heard of bad dragon?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fascinating sight.
They do horse cocks. Full size.
Not only that.
Well,
They also
among other things, yes.
Everything.
Dear. So Catherine Brodsky, whoever she is, but she's a verified checkmark, says, did he literally just say, "Shut up and take it, woman"? Yes, he did. And then some idiots start with, of course, the Ukraine flag in the background of their anime profile picture. So it's not being a racist transphobe. Fuck off.
I'd rather be a transphobe than a sexist, I guess, if I have to choose one. Why not both? But
Some idiots like, you don't see your statements against trans people as bullying. Well, no.
Your pal Billy, I agree. Let them fight.
Yeah, just idiots. Look at all the Ukrainian flags we can see from the losers.
I am so supportive of this thing that is the current thing.
How can people start a sentence, "Women be quieter," think they're doing the right thing? Do you understand that this is ironic? Well, no, it's not. Voice isn't smart enough for irony.
I don't
it would be
understand. How
amazing.
can anyone actually unironically go and try and cover for Bosch?
Because they're pedo sympathizers.
Wouldn't it be amazing if all this time it actually turns out he was a Fed and was using this as a way to try and lure people into like a honeypot trap kind of thing?
Would be. But...
That would be legendary, but I doubt it.
It's like, well, everybody who subscribes to my channel is on a watch list now.
Oh, here we go. Here's some loser with triple vax in his profile and a mask with triple vax on his profile picture, who says, telling how you equate being disagreed with bullying while at the same time being the bully to some of the most vulnerable kids out there. Might just not buy classes you demonstrate time and time again. No. Men who think they're women are not women. This is a known fact. And Vorsh is an idiot and a bully.
And
I
pedo.
must admit,
mean,
I
a
haven't-
legend, pedo.
I don't understand the whole treating gender dysmorphia by advocating for like a sex change, because you look at any other sort of mental illness, alcoholism, less alcohol, gambling, less gambling.
I
You
mean,
have a problem
people who
with
have
eating too
multiple
much food.
personalities aren't
Well,
exactly being
to
like,
just jump on you
catered to that.
and to criticize your wording for a very specific reason, you said gender dysmorphia. Interesting how you said that, because trans people
dysphoria.
have gender dysphoria. What's body dysmorphia? Is it the
Body
one
dysmorphia.
where crazy people think that parts of their body don't belong to them and need to be cut off? That we
Well, I
treat
suffer
with
from
medicine
gender-
and
not
therapy.
gender. I suffer from body dysmorphia. And body dysmorphia actually can be various different things. It's not just the want to remove certain parts of organs. It's about you don't look right in the mirror for whatever reason. Like,
Yeah,
you might find your hips
which
look really weird.
is
and look too
recognized as
large.
a mental disorder and is then theoretically treated. The cure is not to cut the arm that doesn't belong to them off.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. That's exactly the point I'm
that's
making.
exactly the point.
Thought
And
you were an other King Crow.
And
When
the point that
humans
I've
had
made
crow
many
cut human
times is that this fucking crime against humanity that's called diagnosing people with gender dysphoria, it's just idiots making up an excuse to not call it what it is, which is it's a form of body dysmorphia. That I am 110% certain that gender dysphoria is not a discrete ill condition. It's literally just body dysmorphia that's being mistreated.
I think gender dysphoria, because it's dysphoria, not dysmorphia, is a bit different because it's just not identifying. It should be treated in a similar fashion, I believe, but it is a different set of symptoms. So there are distinctions between them, although overlapping symptoms and similarities, I would say.
I would consider it to be I would say that it makes more sense that it's like a sub-condition or sibling condition, but it is in no way something that should be treated by cutting bits off people.
Not
Well,
yet,
it
it isn't.
seems completely logical to
Like,
me
but
from a
body
logical
dysmorphia
standpoint.
is that the body that you have does not match up with the body that you have in your mind. And that's literally what gender dysphoria seems to be. That the body you have does not match up with the body that you think you should have. It seems to just be a more severe form, or rather, a more global form of body dysmorphia, where the whole body doesn't match rather than a specific part.
That actually makes sense.
But either way, it's malpractice to treat it in any way other than therapy and possibly drugs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, with like even when I first had a diagnosis of depression, I was put on varying different antidepressants until I eventually ended up overdosing on one of them because of the fact it was the wrong treatment, because the doctors failed to actually do anything appropriately when it came to my mental illness. And later, after actually overdosing, it ended up with me being referred for a psych evaluation that actually identified the mental illness of the borderline personality disorder that I suffer from. And because of that, I actually managed to actually get to a point of wellness because I knew what was actually going on,
Yes.
rather than having some other disorder being treated incorrectly.
Well, one of the big problems that we have in the medical field is that they go, oh, you have symptoms of depression, or you've got depression. End of story. What they don't seem to be doing is going that depression as a condition can be a symptom of other conditions.
Yeah.
Other very, very severe conditions, as it turns out. There's lots of things that are comorbid with fucking depression.
I mean, my full diagnosis was the borderline personality disorder, as well as paranoia, anxiety, and depression in total.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I mean, like they all go together. Like anxiety and depression are basically buy one get one free. It's a 2-for-1
It's a
offer.
it's a very dangerous spiral.
It is.
And it really does require professionals to actually have a duty of care to their patients. And
Yep, not just
frankly,
go, oh, you're
see that.
trans, and we'll cut your dick off.
You don't actually see that anymore, and you especially don't see it with the NHS, the duty of care. They basically want to get you through the doors as soon as possible so they can move on and get out of the house.
Yes.
The hospital, move on.
Because
they don't give a shit about
they've
the
not
patient
been
at all.
funded correctly for decades, and they've been overworked. You know, it's not a recent thing.
It's not that they haven't been funded; it's that they
haven't
spent
been.
the resources
Yeah, they've spent
in
the money in the wrong
areas.
way.
Yeah. I mean, there is a shit ton of bureaucracy when it comes to the NHS that is completely unnecessary.
Billy's been looking up the definition of dysphoria, which is a profound state of unease or dissatisfaction, which is why I'm convinced that gender dysphoria is the wrong term. If they want to call it something, if they don't want to consider it the same as body dysmorphia, it should be gender dysmorphia, not dysphoria.
Dysphoria and dysmorphia are very different illnesses. That's the thing. A state of dissatisfaction is dysphoria, but dysmorphia is literally your mind will change what you're seeing, and in a mirror you will not recognize things properly. Like sometimes I will literally look in a mirror and my face doesn't look like my face, which is an odd one. It's part of one of the other things that I found out when I was doing stuff. Because at the time when I overdosed, I cut my face with a razor blade, which part of my dysmorphia makes me feel like there's something missing from my face. That cut, for example, is missing from my face. And it sounds really fucking stupid, and I'm aware, it is a mental illness, so it is something that is it's irrational and not normal behavior. But in that time, I basically had overdosed on, I think it was sertraline, and it had given me basically no emotional response to anything. So I had a completely, like, no ability to rationalize anything, and I was just like, fuck it, this feels right, let's do this. And it, like, looking back on it, I was even talking to the doctors about it, like, with real calm. I'm like, yeah, this is just what I wanted. It's what I wanted at the time. And thankfully the cut actually healed up pretty well, so there's not real obvious signs of it. But the fact that it's a distinct it's a distinct difference from dysphoria, which is not just looking at your face and being dissatisfied, or looking at your body and being dissatisfied. There is a disconnect between what you see and what other people see, and it's very hard to explain to someone who doesn't experience it.
Okay.
Anyway, who is it that looked it up? You should probably look it up as well, dysmorphia and dysphoria, just so we can have a comparison of the different definitions. Was it Billy? Did you say?
Yeah, it was Billy.
Okay.
But either way, some of the symptoms are so similar from that the fact that the treatments are so radically different is suspicious, just straight up suspicious.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you never like I said about alcoholism and all these other drinks, you don't tend to treat disorders by doing something that is in line with what is negative generally.
Yeah.
Like you don't
I mean,
exacerbate the alcoholism, etc., etc.
you imagine you've got someone who's got like schizophrenia or something. Like
You
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
you don't treat
Oh,
heroin.
you don't tell them to
overdose by
listen to the
giving
voices,
more
yeah.
heroin.
you're gonna be like, yeah, you lean into the voices. Oh, they think you should kill someone? Yeah, I mean, if the voices say so, like you just wouldn't.
But no,
Like I would do what the voices say. They might get you.
Then doctors will not lop their arm off. In fact,
You
then
have an
find-
anxiety disorder and you don't want to go outside anymore. Well, you need to go out and actually experience the world to get rid of that fear. They don't tell you to sit in your fucking room because everything's gonna fucking kill you.
yeah, well, like the disco's saying, oh, this isn't my arm, it's someone else's arm, I need you to remove it. No, you're crazy. Oh, these aren't my tits, you need to remove it. Okay! Like, fuck's sake.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. And like the whole thing in Scotland where they've made it only 3 months of living as the opposite gender now and made it so much easier to access life-changing surgeries. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them?
Because they're like, oh, well, it causes them distress to have to wait any longer, and it's like, oh, okay.
Imagine
but
the years of anguish
surely
afterwards.
you should be like 100% sure that this is the only treatment. Like I'm not saying that they should never be able to do it, but it should be a last resort.
Yeah, I think like for the few people who have gone through the process, people like Blair Light, for example, she's gone through a lot of the process. She's done all the hormone change. She's had surgery on her face, on her body, in order to present as female, to help alleviate the issues. She hasn't done the full surgery as far as I'm aware, because that completely sterilizes her and she doesn't have a solid idea of that. But she doesn't sort of make that a big, oh, well, just because I have a penis, I am still female, whatever. She's like, no, I know I'm trans.
That actually says a lot as well, that Blair is 100% sure of herself. And yet
Blair is fucking
even
fantastic,
Blair
as an
doesn't
example.
but even Blair doesn't want to have the bottom surgery because it will sterilize her. Now imagine you're asking kids to make that decision.
Yep.
Yeah, it's ludicrous.
Disturbs me.
And I will disagree. I think that these surgeries should be straight up illegal. Because
You think it's butchery.
It is butchery in the exact same way that cutting someone's arm off if they didn't think that it was theirs is butchery.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would put it in the same classification as like cosmetic surgery. Like if somebody's an adult and you can't really stop them from doing what they want if they're going to pay for it themselves.
Well,
but I certainly would not go near children with it.
Yeah, but
and there should be other options. Like,
you can. For decades, we've been going. Doctors aren't allowed to do this because it's wrong. Like we banned electroshock therapy and lobotomies. This shit is
surgery is. You'd have to ban all cosmetic surgery. It would
exactly
probably be a good thing, but there are instances. There are instances where cosmetic surgery is actually very, very important as a surgery. For example, someone who's been mauled by a dog might want to actually recover some sort of sense of who they were once
Sure.
they've lost their face, for example.
But you can absolutely. I'm not talking about cosmetic surgeries. Like when we're not talking about men getting tit implants here. I'm talking about specifically. You don't get to fuck with the genitals for cosmetic reasons. You do not cut dicks off unless it's medically necessary for real
Well,
reasons.
we already do that with cosmetic stuff. For example, you can have your ballsack cut to a way so it looks tighter and more neat. You can have things like obviously the circumcision of men
Which should be
for religious reasons.
I'm not
Like,
convinced
I
that
agree
shouldn't be illegal at all. Either.
Well, I mean, I certainly don't agree with it being legal in the religious sense, because it's not legal for female genital mutilation for the same reason, but it is for men. But at the same time, these things are common practice, so you're going to have an uphill battle convincing anyone to say, actually, this isn't okay.
Well, at the very least, it's cosmetic surgery, so it shouldn't be publicly funded.
Is a bris cosmetic surgery?
Is a what cosmetic surgery?
Bris.
Chris, what is that?
It's the
Bris?
Jewish term for having a, circumcision.
Oh,
I don't know. I wouldn't if I'd go so far as to call it, because I suppose you would call it cosmetic surgery. It's fucking butchery when it's done to a child, and I'm not convinced it's good for adults either. But it probably is cosmetic surgery.
See, it's kind of interesting because it's meant to be very common in America.
Well, apparently it is. So, and I wouldn't disagree that it isn't cosmetic surgery, but maybe like all other cosmetic surgeries, it should be illegal on children.
Oh yeah, definitely on children.
Mm.
You just get into sticky territory when you start saying, well, adults are not allowed to do this to their body.
Yeah. I mean, because
Which
what will
is
happen is, if it's
there's
illegal,
one
someone else
thing,
will just
though.
do it themselves.
This one thing though is, while I disagree with the whole transition surgeries, if people decide to do it on themselves when they're grown adults, fully developed grown adults, I won't stop them. I disagree with it. I think it's a downright retarded decision, but they're adult people. They can do whatever the hell they want. But doing this on children, trying to convince and force this on children,
Yeah, at the bare
that's
minimum,
more
I will
jail
say,
than
though,
not for under 18 ever.
I think one of the biggest problems is that we can't look into alternatives because that's transphobic. So anybody that does have this issue is being kind of railroaded into
Yeah,
the
they're being
surgery,
railroaded into transitioning. There's no,
whereas
and they're
there's
straight
no
up
like
trying to make it.
therapy, there's no medicine. Like, what happens if we give them the hormones for their own sex? Will that alleviate some of the feelings? We don't know.
Well,
because
apparently,
that's to try.
it's not just transphobic to try. It's what do they call it? It's conversion therapy. It's illegal.
Yeah.
So there's no option for them to try something else other than the surgery. I think that's the main problem, rather than the surgery being an option, it being the only option.
I think the first step should be, well, we can try to alleviate these feelings by giving you hormones of your natural gender, and you may find that this alleviates and you feel better with time. And if it doesn't, therefore
Then
we
we
can
look
go
into
back and
other
look at it
things.
again. Because they do that with all sorts of medications, even with depression and anxiety and all these things. One medication might not work. For example, sertraline for me made me suicidal. Citalopram, it made me euphoric. Completely different drugs, acted in completely different ways, as part of the same group. Like, you can't treat everyone in the same way because we're not all identical. So you need options. And the fact that they are railroading everybody into the same choice is really, really, really harmful.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I'm still pretty sure that I could come up with. There's probably a way to ban bottom surgery at least, but like.
But I love my bottom looking so big and
But then again, maybe we should do away with the non-essential cosmetic surgery.
I don't want to call it
I'm not theoretically opposed to that.
It is downright mutilation.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, isn't female to male bottom surgery actually genital mutilation and technically illegal?
Technically, but it is politically correct.
Yep. I don't know. The whole thing's ridiculous, and I just don't believe that it should be allowed in the medical field because it's not the appropriate treatment.
Yeah, because stopping a heroin overdose by injecting more heroin is the right thing to do.
Yeah, you don't tend to treat drug addicts by giving them an unrestricted supply of the drug.
Yes, you do. What you do is you get the unlimited supply of the drugs and you put it in the room next to them with a big window so they can see it, but it's bulletproof so they can't get it. Yeah, that fucks them up more. Wait, wait. Treat them. Treat them well or treat them badly? You never specified.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about treating them correctly.
Oh, right. Sorry about that.
As George says, both bottom surgeries are mutilations.
Agreed.
Top surgeries, yeah. I mean, we've already got breast implants and breast reductions, so maybe we can't ban them on those grounds, but it's still fucking wrong. Any doctor that carries out these surgeries, though, is human scum.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
worse
know.
are the people who talk them into this.
I think it depends. Yeah, I think you were going to say exactly the same thing I was going to say. Evil to push people into these things. I think there needs to be options available for people in those sort of areas, but it shouldn't be as easy to get them. So, for example, all right, why do you want this breast surgery? We need to understand your motivations. Oh, I just want bigger tits for my work. It was like, well, that's not a good enough reason. You know? That would be different because then there's someone who actually, doesn't feel feminine enough because they haven't got very big boobs or whatever, and it's causing them severe mental distress. It's affecting their actual behavior in society and everything.
Then it's not only trans people who struggle with not feeling feminine or masculine enough.
Yeah,
regular
exactly.
fucking people have that issue.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where these cosmetic surgeries tend to come in. But I think if you're doing it for very, very simple things like, oh, I want to make more money on my OnlyFans, I'm kind of like, you don't need the surgery, do you?
Well, the way I look at it is that the transition surgeries are supposed to be the treatment for a disorder. And so the way I look at it is, if a doctor was to give you chemotherapy for, I don't know, herpes, that would be illegal and the doctor would go to prison.
I mean, you might get rid of the herpes, though.
Well, you might.
Have you ever tried?
Other things.
But, okay. Chemotherapy for COVID.
We irradiated the bastard!
But it's malpractice when a doctor gives an ineffective treatment that's not for the disorder, and that's the way I look at these transition surgeries. I don't think that under any circumstances it really is the correct option. Like for Blair White, it turned out quite well because between Blair and the people around Blair and the professionals that Blair's spoken to, it's worked out kind of well. I still think that probably the better option would have been therapy a long, long time ago, and maybe a drug or two.
The thing is, even if you advocate for that route, you genuinely don't know because it's not been done whether that's a good or a bad route yet.
Well,
and that's the problem with science. You have to try these things out, unfortunately. And it might be that our current route is actually the perfect way of dealing with these things. And we just don't know because we haven't tried other things. But because we haven't tried other things, we don't know. And it's that not knowing that's frustrating.
Well, the thing is, we can show that it's not the perfect route because we're not seeing reductions in suicide rates afterwards.
On the thing of
we're not seeing
surgery,
positive mental increases in most trans people after transitioning.
Yeah,
and we're seeing a hell of a lot of regret.
I've read several of the sorry for interrupting. I read a lot of trans regret stories, like regretting the surgeries. I mean, the thing is, a man getting a male to female surgery, it, it does barely look like a vagina, and they have to constantly keep it open because it's an open sore, and it smells constantly of sewage because within that concoction, it is so close to the rectum that it just seeps through.
The other thing is, on a genetic level, the body cannot heal a wound that it's not designed to heal. So, for example, if you cut the tip of your finger off, your finger will grow back in a way that, replicates what it has left available to it. So, like a cut replaces scar tissue. If you've got your DNA running through every single cell and you cut your penis off, it's not going to be able to regrow your penis, but it will sure as hell try to heal up that wound anyway.
Yes, it will do its best to heal that wound. It will. Well, the body tries to stop you from dying from wounds, so it's going to heal up as best it can to prevent infection.
Yeah. I don't think there is a really long-term solution when it comes down to actually surgical changing of things.
Yeah.
Like, you can put a little, like it's not like if you put actual real fat tissues under the chest that they would become breasts suddenly. The body would just excise that stuff naturally. And it's only because of the invention of things like silica bags that we can even do that. So yeah, like, is the next step, instead of having a wound, you replace it with a mechanical instrument instead. Biomechanical trans people.
But
I mean, that sounds like a troll question, but like, I mean it in the sense of, if it's always trying to close up, what's the alternative?
Don't do it in the first place.
Like, there's that, or there's the which is, one way of looking at it, obviously, but there's also the inevitable, well, if this doesn't work, I'm going to actually put a fucking fleshlight in there.
I mean, why wouldn't it be better to just focus on therapy? Just actual
no, I agree.
therapy.
I'm just
instead of the whole
random shit I notice.
Yeah, I know.
Well, the answer to your question, John, depends on if you're a fan of transhumanism to start with. If transhumanism is acceptable, sure. If you think transhumanism is terrifying, no.
I think transhumanism is an inevitability just because of the way technology changes things. There will always be people who adopt it and people who...
I'm big into the whole cybernetics thing, but only if you choose it and only if it can perfectly replace, not imitate, but replace a limb in a superior fashion, which is currently impossible, mind you.
So, are you against prosthetics?
No, I love the idea of prosthetics, and okay. I hoped, again, when they can replace or improve what is other limbs or functions.
How are they supposed to replace or improve if they can't build on a basic technology, though? So, for example, one of my clients was previously working building prosthetics that connect.
No. There's a difference between prosthetics and transhumanism, and the difference is whether you cut the arm off on purpose.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah,
well, that's fair. That's fair. That was a distinction that wasn't made, so I wasn't sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, because prosthetics. And there's, I think we can, if we look at prosthetics versus the trans surgery, we can also see specifically implanted prosthetics, which we do have now, versus trans surgeries. Implanted prosthetics work, the body can heal around them, and they have significant quality of life increases for the person who has the surgery. Trans surgeries, on the other hand, there is no demonstrable quality of life increase after the surgery. So, which tells me that
one thing
that it's it's not working, and like the amount of money, time, and effort to go into mutilating someone then doesn't have a positive outcome for them. Like, if these people who had holes drilled in where their dicks used to be, if their quality of life drastically increased, wouldn't it be a fucking problem? but it doesn't, which makes it pointless.
Which is
Makes
my
it wrong.
main issue with the trans quote unquote
There-
surgeries.
there's no point to having the surgeries if the quality of life doesn't increase. So it's obviously that's the way I look at it. It must be the wrong treatment because quality of life is not increasing afterwards.
See, I have a feeling that where things are going to start improving is with stem cell research and actually genetic engineering. So, for example, there's an idea of being able to alter your genetic code using, for example, like a virus that might inject or suppress certain parts of your genome. And by doing this sort of gene therapy, you could essentially change the way your body reacts to things. You would probably still suffer from the fact that if you've grown up and changed gender, not changed gender, sorry, grown up, gone through puberty, and then tried to change your gender, you'd still have much of the biology of a man anyway. So you're never going to get like a perfect transition because
Just
it's
look
just
at the
not.
Olympics.
Yeah, it's just not something that will ever fit into a. I was going to say bi-curious, but that's the wrong word. Gender binary that we have with our species. I can't remember what they call the proper term for it, but with other species like clownfish that can actually actively change their sex if there's none around, no men. If there's all men around and no females, one of the men will turn into a female.
Yeah,
We don't have the capability to do that because we're such a complicated organism, and I don't think we ever will, frankly.
I think where it would be of more use to put the research is eugenics, which unfortunately has a really bad history of the idea behind it. Like, a smarter way of looking into the research would be to look probably in the same way that the Scandinavian countries look at what's the disease? Trim, help me out here. What's the disease the one you test for in pregnancy and then usually
Down
terminate?
syndrome.
Down syndrome, that's the
Down
one.
syndrome,
Like, you can test for that
was a
now.
discussion a few years back.
Well, it certainly
It's
shouldn't be
actually-
government enforced, but having the option, like, if we're going to have abortion legal, why not test for this shit so the parents can make a decision to not raise a child that's going to suffer its entire life? Well, more so than the average
It's
human
part of the test,
existence.
actually. It is part of the test during pregnancies, and they test not only for Downs but a lot of other issues. And if it turns out that the fetus, it's one of the few reasons you can abort a child or a fetus. I'm gonna say a child. Abort a child if it has severe deformations or issues like that,
Yeah.
and that's over the what is it, 3 week, 3 months.
But I
I don't
slightly,
remember the
I've actually just realised that there's probably a slightly less strict one on it. But John was actually talking earlier about things like gene therapies and whatnot. Like, imagine if you could find the gene that caused someone, or the gene expressions that cause someone to be trans, and then you could treat that in vitro.
Yeah, that's more or less what I was getting at.
Yeah,
I was basically saying there's no way you could actually physically change someone from male to female, but you might get to the point where you could find the thing with the
yeah,
root cause of
you
the
might be able to, I don't know, through some kind of viral vector, like either stop the genes that cause the problem, or I don't know. But it
I mean, you will literally have people sitting there saying, "Oh, you're trying to erase homosexuality. You're trying to erase trans people. You're trying to erase these things that, obviously, apparently, homosexuality does occur naturally in other animals as well. So it's not like it's an exclusive thing to us.
well,
But it's also
the problem there, I think, is the definition of homosexuality. Because the way I think they're looking at it is that monkey fucking that other monkey? Are both monkeys male? Yes, okay, homosexuality in nature confirmed. Okay, problem is, now watch those monkeys for the rest of their lives and see if they successfully reproduce with a female. Were they just fucking because they were horny, or were they actually what we humans consider to be gay?
Yeah, I mean, this is the other thing. We have a not consciousness, self-awareness that a lot of other animals don't have.
Yeah, we have what is it? It's not sentience, it's sapience.
Sapiens, yes.
Sapient, a higher level above all other sentient life forms, where we can actually think about this stuff. Like
And there are other animals that are able to do that. They're like, for example, elephants and dolphins are capable of doing that as well, but they don't have our communication ability.
And they're not. I don't know if they're necessarily fully sapient, but they're a very high level of sentience. They're very, very smart. And if it wasn't for humans getting in the way first, they probably could have evolved. They might have evolved to sapience. But unfortunately, humans got in the way first. And it turns out that humans have a very interesting evolutionary effect on. They provide very interesting evolutionary pressures to other animals. And one thing that annoys me when people say, "Oh, you're trying to erase homosexuals," or yes, what's the problem? We're also trying to erase Down syndrome. Like these things are defects that cause harm and suffering throughout the life of the person. Like, why wouldn't we? Like, we try and cure all sorts of other diseases.
Well, I mean, you're talking about it as if it's a disease, whereas they would argue that it's a personality thing. That's the thing. You're trying to erase their existence, their identity, their culture.
Well, even without looking,
your existence, identity, and culture is based purely on what you fuck, then you got a lot of other issues.
And unfortunately, because we're not allowed to do the research into, like, we can't look at how gay is gay, and how straight is straight. Like, I do think there's a lot more value to the sliding scale of sexuality than there is to just going gay, straight, bi. It's definitely way more complicated than that. And I'd also love to see the research. Are women more bi than men? Because anecdotally, it does seem that women's sexuality is a lot more flexible.
Yeah.
There certainly seems to be more bi women than there are bi men.
But then I wonder how much of that is to do with the difference between how men and women are socialized,
And
whether they are
this is true.
trending as bi rather than actually bi. Because there is this idea that a lot, like, I think Discordia has probably mentioned it, and
but I was specifically referring to the ones that are actually bi, not just going, I'm bi, but I've never so much as kissed a girl.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you get the statistics for that? If there are people lying about it, how do you know the statistics we already have on that is actually accurate?
That's
it's
it.
It's not impossible.
That's why you need to have specific. You can't study this shit via anonymous survey.
Yeah, no.
You need to have face-to-face interviews and shit.
The other thing is, you can't even rely on science, because it's like, how do you tell someone how much pain you're in? Because we haven't got an indicator for pain scale. We have a pain scale about how people rank their pain, but you can't actually comparatively examine one person's pain versus someone else's and how they react to it and their own.
Well, it's like another question. Like, is blue blue? Do we all see colors the same way? We don't even know that much.
I mean, they've managed to work things like that out quite easily by looking at the actual cones in our eyes.
But we all perceive. We all perceive the visual information, but does the color that the brain tricks you into perceiving is that the same? Maybe not. It probably is. But
I mean, Occam's razor would tend to come in here, where you can assume that everybody sees the same thing as you, but obviously aware of that becomes more of a philosophical question rather than an actual scientific one at that point. But a lot of this stuff comes like that, so.
I think I swear I had a point that I've now forgotten.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. Ah, yes.
Forgetting shit is pretty
Prime
normal.
Night has thankfully reminded. Sex charge is a spectrum with no defined endpoints and it can change over time, is what he says in his comment. And I think that's true.
There was a what they called a gender histogram, if I remember correctly. So, most people will fall into general female, general male, but there'll be some that are more masculine and male, or more
Yeah.
feminine and male, and
Well,
so on and so forth. And that was basically the spectrum.
the I
can
hate
find
the
a picture of
spect. The gender thing annoys me because, well, it annoys the shit out of anyone who's ever heard of the word tomboy. Just
Yeah.
because you don't conform to traditional gender roles does not mean you're not that gender. Like, I thought the frigging leftists had this out in the fucking 80s, and they were right for once. There's nothing wrong with not conforming to traditional gender roles. But there's also nothing wrong with doing that, and also, if you don't conform to the gender roles, it doesn't mean you're not that gender.
Yes.
That is
Like
fucking
all the leftists that keep running around fucking with the tomboys. No.
Yeah, it's the problem between the distinction between gender and sex, and they've obviously gender and sex used to be considered identical terms.
And I'm still
the same meaning.
I'm still convinced that they actually are the same damn thing. Problem is, people are trying to change
are the
those
same
genders
damn
now.
thing.
Yeah.
The problem with that is language also
Norway,
naturally evolves.
in Norway, we don't have those two words. We just have
Yeah.
one word, and it means both sex and gender. It is kön.
Yeah.
Kön.
They shouldn't be. They should. They're exact synonyms, not this other bullshit that people try and pretend they are.
Well, this gets down to the etymology of language and how language grows and adapts. If people start using a word differently to how it's originally intended, that can be a cultural change that can also lead to a complete change in the use of language. And you have new words that are invented like chav and so on and so forth that
What
become.
does chav mean?
Chav is like a colloquial term for someone who wears a certain style of clothing and has a certain,
it's a specific
class
kind
lifestyle.
of city poor white trash in England.
Essentially, yeah. And it's usually used in a derogatory manner. But, for example, you hear things like chav, oh, you're fucking chav, but you don't hear people say, oh, you carpet monger, which is an old Shakespearean thing, because language has to evolve and adapt. So,
Yeah.
So there has to be room for that, otherwise languages, for example, like Welsh, die. Like, if you look at Welsh that's been revived in the modern day, many of the words in Welsh have, people speak Welsh, but many of the words that are new are just spoken in English because they don't actually have a Welsh word for it yet. And they have to actually adapt and grow, add new words and, new meanings.
Yeah.
Otherwise, language goes away. So I don't necessarily agree that you can't have gender being a different definition, because it does make sense to me that you can feel different in your mind than you can be on your outside expression. Of course, I don't necessarily always feel, exactly how I dress up. So sometimes I might be wearing a suit, but I might feel like I look like shit. So to me, having gender and sex being two separate terms that mean two different things goes within the reasonable changes that happen within language.
Well,
however,
the way I look at it, though, is that they're looking at it in the completely wrong way. They're putting male and female on a scale rather than masculine and feminine.
yes, that's the thing. I think gender should
But
be.
they fuck with the
terms of
words
masculine,
gender.
feminine.
They fuck with the words gender and sex when they should have been looking at masculine and feminine instead. Because men can have feminine traits and masculine traits, and women can have masculine traits and feminine traits, which is what they've now confused gender to be.
Yeah. See, I don't mind gender being changed into that, and then having the definition of sex being the strict scientific term, and gender being how you identify. I don't mind that, but the problem is they're not going to stop there. That's not what they intend. They intend to erase sex and replace it with their new redefinition of gender. It's not an expansion of the language; it's an erasure of previous language in terms of their ideology.
And the problem is, it's not been a natural change. It's been a forced change, which is the problem. And again, the genders male and female, or man and woman. Male and man go together. Female and Hold on.
Words.
Hold on. I've got to get this specific because they've also tried. Because not all males are men, because men refers to the adult male, which is one of the problems, and that's where they're trying to get into this. Oh, gender, sex, blah 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 blah. No, all males are male, all females are female, and just because that woman over there is wearing a suit and tie and kissing that other woman who's wearing a flowy dress, doesn't mean it's not still a woman.
Mm.
Genders are binary. Sexuality, on the other hand, does seem to definitely be a spectrum.
Yeah.
Like, the way we've seen it play out...
Isn't sexuality what you're attracted to rather than what you feel like, though?
Yes. And the problem is with the feelings is there any real validity to the feeling other than mental illness? And I don't think...
Well, I mean, is there any validity to the pain you feel, the emotional pain you feel, for whatever reason it might be, your family die? Is there any validity to that?
Well, yes, and
Because
it's
it
even
is a
got
feeling.
it's
So-
even got
so your mental
evolutionary
health-
purposes.
Your mental health has valid reasons for it as well. You might not fully understand them because mental illnesses are like that, but there are valid reasons. For example, anxiety comes about. It's a negative thing that's gone too far, but anxiety is something that's beneficial. Depression has its purposes. They're all different things that are key functions of the human mind that are useful to some degree. It's the problem when these things become excessive or obsessive or negative, over the top from what the base is. So what I'm saying is, obviously, feelings do play a purpose in this, and they can't just be dismissed as not being empirical, because we don't work like that as people. Humans don't work without feelings.
Yes.
We have to have a nice marriage between feeling and scientific data. And it's very difficult to achieve, because where do you draw the line?
And now pronounced to scientific data.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the biggest problem is that whether that someone feels male or female is irrelevant to whether they're male or female. And that's
Scientifically speaking, yes, absolutely.
And realistically, socially speaking, it still should be irrelevant. That's a man with a mental disorder that makes him think that he should have been born female. Problem is, we've gone, that person who is male and thinks they should have been born female is totally a female, and they've always been female, and they're a real woman, and they should totally have periods and children.
Yeah, no.
And
This
if
is
you
the problem with the
disagree,
denial of
then you
reality.
should be ostracized from society and have your friends wish you were dead.
Yeah, no.
actually
This is
fucking happen,
the
mind
big
you.
problem. It's a subversion and denial of reality that's going on that's
Yeah.
causing so many problems.
And no matter how they swing it, there are only ever going to be male and female. And if you're born male, you will always be male. And if you're born female, you will always be female. It doesn't matter what is going on in your brain. The fact of the matter is, reality says this.
I can't believe you don't care about what's happening in my brain, Bezzy.
I really don't.
Sorry, I'm so offended. I'll never recover from this.
However shall you cope?
And the biggest problem is the demand that society change for them.
Yeah.
The
no, I agree
society
with you.
change to suit the individual.
Like I'm running around here with autism, and life's shit for autistic people, because guess what? Society's not made for autistic people. And the next thing is, I don't demand that society changes for me. Now, specific individuals, I demand try and understand them, that I see the world differently and interact with it differently. But society as a whole shouldn't be making concessions for me specifically.
It would be nice if they did, but it wouldn't be right.
Well, if people are like, how can we... Again, it comes to the whole voluntary thing like we've dealt with for the last 2 years of COVID. If someone wants to go...
Voluntary is good. I'm talking about forcing everyone.
Forcing people to do a certain thing for the benefit of an individual is not particularly helpful. However, if people could go, oh, turns out that this thing is great for these people, and oh, it also doesn't actually inconvenience me, let's do that. That's good for society.
Yes. And people are very likely to actually do that too.
Yes.
Life's a fucking complicated mess, isn't it?
Isn't it,
It
Jess?
is.
This is why I just advocate for nuclear war, you see.
That's it. There won't be any trans people left
We could
after
all
the
be
Holocaust.
one with atom.
But I am allergic to nuclear radiation.
I
Definitely
think you're more than allergic. More than a bit allergic.
Speaking of nuclear
It's not like you
war,
just swell up in hives.
and to
It's the best excuse to avoid getting near it.
speaking of nuclear war, and to forcibly drag things back to what was the topic, which was women complaining about women being women, kind of.
Oh, wait, no, I didn't just.
And also a alleged pedophile.
Yes. It's very interesting how all the women demanding for parity in the military's fucked off since the Ukraine thing's kicked off, isn't it?
Weird. I thought they would be like really gung ho waiting outside to get signed up to be sent off.
Yep. It's funny how all the feminists have turned around going, I might get married and stay at home in the kitchen. Yeah, funny how that works out now, isn't it, when shit actually hits the fan? So, let's have a look at another tweet. From J.K. Rowling, talking about, because it's still on Women's Day. So, someone says, Dear God, Labour Equality's Shadow Minister Annalise Dodds has just said she is not sure how adult and female is defined in answer to How Do You Define a Woman on BBC Woman's Hour. Oops.
Because she's terrified of making a mistake because she's a politician, and politicians are always trying to say the right thing.
Yeah,
not
that should make you step back and have a
caring.
look at your ideology.
Yes, they'd have to say the right thing, not the correct thing.
Politically correct thing.
Yes. And do you know why it's called politically correct? Because it's not actually correct.
Yes, because it's politically.
Yes. If it was actually correct, you wouldn't need to say anything other than that it's correct.
Yeah.
And not lie your ass off on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
I try my best to. But then people wake me up and tell me to get out of bed, so.
Yeah. And J.K. Rowling responded, Someone please send the Shadow Minister for Equalities a dictionary and a backbone. Hashtag Happy International Women's Day. That's fucking based.
I'm starting to get more and more respect for J.K. Rowling again. It's like, what, a year or two since I despised this woman for what she did to her own IP, and now she's just winning me back. Weird.
A lot of people refuse to take her back as such because of her supposed betrayal, but I actually don't think she did anything majorly wrong initially. I think she was trying to listen to her fan base, like most authors do.
I don't mind
and...
the whole.
Well, I think the difference
thing.
is J.K. Rowling didn't do anything maliciously.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, she did what she thought was the right thing to do. She was wrong, but she didn't do it maliciously.
Yeah.
But I still don't like the whole. This is the whole changing the story after it's written thing. Again, the whole Dumbledore is gay. I don't care about that because it wasn't important in the books and it was open in the books.
Yes.
So that's no issue.
And it's not like
they started trying to add changes like, oh, Hermione could actually be Kenyan descended, right? When she is described to be whiter than snow in the book. That's something I take.
She retains full creative rights. Allowing a black woman to play Hermione, stupid. It's absolutely stupid.
I mean, I always find it really offensive that Daniel Radcliffe doesn't have green eyes.
It's not just that she owns it, but it just shows that she has no.
Well, Daniel Radcliffe should have been forced to wear coloured contacts during filming.
Or just CGI.
Yeah, that's
It's funny because a lot of people don't seem to realize Harry Potter has green eyes.
He actually has green eyes in a scene where.
It's not a super relevant part of his character design.
Yeah.
The pasty white kid with scruffy black hair, round glasses, and a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. That's relevant.
And even to be fair, worse, he marries
the actual. the actual films aren't very closely like. I mean, they're close to the books, but the characterization of the characters
Yeah.
is wrong anyway. Like Hermione is the one who's a bit goofy and weird at times, generally disliked by people. Where they make Ron this. He's meant to be quite a brave character in the books, but they make him into basically a bloody babbling wimp.
Yeah.
And that's not actually at all how he is portrayed in the books. But for the film
He's
adaptation,
supposed to be
it's
the
kind of its
plucky
own universe in a
sidekick,
way.
not the comic relief.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, people will obsess over details like that. And it doesn't matter what happens, there'll be someone who'll be offended because they don't see themselves because they're egotistical pricks. It's as simple as that. You can't please everybody. You never can.
Yeah.
Here's another example, but this is a Star Wars. When I watched the Kenobi trailer, you got the Grand Inquisitor. He's like what is it called again? A Powan. Essentially, they have a high cranium and they have like these crevices, not wrinkles, but sort of like stripes in their skin. And they show the Inquisitor, and he doesn't have a high cranium, like a elongated cranium. It's more like a bowl on his head, and it's smooth. And I watch it, and I just felt that detail. Nitpicker is like, sorry, I was reminded about that again. Sorry, your tangent over.
So, J.K. Rowling makes a good joke here and says, under a Labour government, today will become We Who Must Not Be Named Day.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That's actually some good shit. The guys in chat are saying, don't get too excited. She is a TERF at the end of the day. And another TERF getting bit in the arse are probably their own ideology. Yeah, you're not wrong, guys. But we've
like to see the TERFs having a war.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We've at least got a point of commonality with the TERFs.
Yeah. The enemy of my enemy. Mm-hmm. Even if it is only a temporary alliance, at the same time, these people are holding quite firm against the subversion from the left.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That, and I'm also good on separating the art from the artist.
Yeah. I'm not. Every time I look at Hitler's painting, I weep. Actually, he was a really fucking good painter.
The window was kind of weird, though, but then again, he was a really good painter, as you said.
Yeah.
It's political. I would have liked to see a world where he would have been known as that artist with those spicy views.
Yeah, a bit like Van Gogh with the craziness about cutting off his own ear. It's just like, oh yeah, he kind of hated the Jews, but at the same time, he painted well.
What if he became
Didn't do anything about it, but
what if he became the German Salvador Dali? Not even Hitler understands Hitler. Seriously, watch interviews with or recordings of Salvador Dali. I mean, he's so trippy a person that his paintings look fucking sober. Sorry.
I do wonder what would happen if he got into art college instead, whether he would have carried on down the same lines or not.
He would become the dean and Jews would have a hard time getting in.
Well, it's just kind of like, the butterfly effect.
After he... No, he became political after it got rejected, so...
Yeah.
What if he ended up marrying a Jewish woman that had a happy, long life and family?
Ended up finding an artistic Jewish woman and falling in love and realizing, oh, my views are wrong.
It's basically like Cartman from the post-COVID special.
Yeah.
Then he goes back in time and shoots a guy and just, now we go to Vol. Sorry.
Sorry about that. I stepped away for a Callum and to grab some snacks.
Oh, nice.
I could do with a Callum and some snacks too.
And
More on the snack
couldn't
side
we
than
all?
Callum.
Nah, well, I just had food, so I'm good. And I had a snack.
I could do
I don't need to tell him yet, though.
Oh, you will.
Oh,
You will.
Everyone
Sooner
needs
or
a little
later.
Callum in their life every now and then.
A little bit of Callum.
Oh, I love the fact we both went straight to that.
It's just too obvious, dude.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
it was set up for it.
birds of a feather flock together and all that.
We do what together?
Birds of a feather flock together. It's
Oh, I thought you said whack together. And I was like,
What?
okay. Getting a bit weird here.
I mean, if you're inviting me, I appreciate it, but I don't swing that way.
Not yet, you don't.
I mean, you're handsome, you got a beautiful voice, and what?
So you guys,
I have my flaws. I'm mentally ill. I've already told you that part.
So
You shouldn't
you-
stick your dick in crazy.
so we shouldn't stick our dick in you. It's like what we're hearing.
Oh, absolutely not. No. Wouldn't recommend it.
You guys mentioned something about Hitler and whatnot, and whether there would have been a thing if he'd gone into art school. There probably would have been a World War II, or at least a war in Europe, maybe not a world war. And they may not have been the death camps, but there was almost certainly going to be a war.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
because
pretty,
of World
I'm
War
pretty
One.
sure Stalin would have started it, or maybe Trotsky or someone. It would definitely be the communist or the communist starting it, not
Yeah.
the Nazi.
Well,
Communist.
the thing I think that really caused World War II was that the amount of reparations that idiots demanded at the end of World War One.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, reparations make everything better. Didn't you know? Don't you know?
A little bit of reparations. Oh, yeah. Let's not go down that road.
We now return to music with the crow.
Yeah. The problem that they caused, well, they basically caused the war themselves when they set such ridiculous reparations. By making the daily struggle so hard for the average German, they basically gave the Nazis a free path to power.
Yeah, and I mean, Hitler did nothing but saying, like, we're gonna go fight and bring hell to them.
You know, it's about time we re-established the British Empire, I think.
Yes.
You're not allowed to reestablish the empire when you're woke as fuck.
No, but, like, if we did, it would bring a lot more bloody, like, economic freedom to the country. And it would probably sort out a lot of these people anyway, because they'd be in war, fighting. There wouldn't be any time for, like, all this woke nonsense, because they'd be, like, worrying about who they're going to have to kill next.
Yep.
Maybe, have you played the game Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance?
I have not, no.
You totally should, because Senator Armstrong has a few points. I don't agree with everything, but he's an interesting character. So I do agree with his fuck the media, fuck fuck celebrities, fuck all of it.
Student of History says, ironically, the Treaty of Versailles was actually the least harsh treaty. The big thing that caused the Nazis was political radicalism and the Depression. Well, the Depression certainly didn't help.
Nah, depression never really helps.
No. So, going back to J.K. Rowling, she has another post sharing an article from The Telegraph. Let's be honest, on International Women's Day, we've gone backwards, not forwards. So let's see what the women are complaining about. But first...
Women won't wish.
Yeah, that nonsense. That was funny.
So, of course, some trans person pops in and goes, any going backwards that's happening is because of a huge push to resist positive change. The death throes of a toxic subset of people rapidly losing grip of control that once believed was immutable. Yeah, because we're not allowing men into women's prisons. It's
And
setting women
bathrooms.
back.
And bathrooms.
Mhm.
Not letting them into bathrooms.
Well, let's have
I'm
a
not
look at
saying
this
all
telegram.
trans women are rapists, but there's too many.
The rapists are definitely overrepresented in the trans community.
Yes. Das von Diepen? Isn't Putin using a similar excuse?
He might be. No, I thought his excuse was that Russians in the former ethnic Russians in the former Russian USSR bits that are now the eastern part of Ukraine are being oppressed by the Ukrainians. I thought that was his excuse.
This is a bit outside, but what do you think about shoulder cannons? Just like in a fighting thing, fighting robots or mutants with shoulder cannons.
Shoulder
As long
cannons.
as I can,
Shoulder cannons are great for propelling smoke forward.
Cool.
as long as I have a way of not blowing my own head off with it, sure.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, Bas Van Diepen says, wasn't there a second series? Oh, maybe. I haven't really paid too much attention to it because I just don't care. My only concern is that my idiot fucking Prime Minister shuts the fuck up and not make us a target when Putin gets pissed off.
I just fucking hope they stop this bullshit because I'm tired of the fucking diesel prices.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm banking on World War here, but that's just me.
Hey, I know you're...
Less people existing, the more I can have.
I
Just
know
saying.
you're a crow and you like your carrion, but
I
you
want
can't
my things.
You can't eat irradiated corpses, dude.
I can try.
Well,
Give me a
yeah,
break.
Maybe it makes it spicy, but you know, tumors aren't good for you.
Well, the problem.
When I say I'm banking on it, though, I genuinely think that it's something my mind is prepared for more than anything.
I don't hope it gets to war, but...
Well,
I don't hope for that, but I'm just like, if it does, I'm like, okay, I can deal with that.
all I know is that I'm happy that I live within the blast radius of a critical military target.
Yeah.
Not my problem. Nuclear war is not my problem. I won't be here for it.
I live quite outside of anything that would be shot, I think. Unless they blew up Bristol, but even then I don't think they'd use a big nuke for Bristol, because what's the bloody point? It's already a shithole.
If they aim for one of the city of the Norwegian city that I live close to, after I moved, I'll be within the within the shockwave that kills. So I'm
Cool.
good.
Yep. Well, I'm not just going to get... I think I'm almost within the vaporization range.
Depends on the bomb, though.
Yeah. Well, what if they use dirty bombs so they just irradiate everybody instead?
Well,
Don't blow up the infrastructure.
In that case, I'll go out to the base, pick up what little guns are left, and fight back with what little I've got.
You wouldn't kill yourself because of all the radiation poisoning.
Probably. But I want to take at least one of those bastards with me.
If they actually get over. I mean, if Russia's only drink...
No, I'd probably find a if I knew I was going to die, I'd probably find a politician and do very, very illegal things.
Let's be honest, though. If the Russians actually did launch any nuclear missiles, they would probably break up as they are exiting the silos.
From the lack of maintenance due to corruption.
Exactly. They would probably find some parts are missing, things haven't been maintained, and they will just either blow up on site or they will just fall
Actually,
back into the silo.
didn't the Lotus just talk about that the other day?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
But you work for them sometimes.
I'm a contractor. It's not the same.
But your contracts.
Yeah.
I'm not obliged to watch the show.
Oh dear. Let's read this article, shall we, about how women have gone backwards. So, it says, as an International Woman of Mystery, today is my lucky day. Apparently it's International Women's Day. And so obviously there's a hashtag and a meaningless gesture which these days counts for activism. Oof.
Damn.
Around.
I'm liking her. I'm liking her already.
If she wasn't probably a feminist, yeah.
Hell, even if she was a feminist, she has to do
well,
a little
at
bit of
least-
respect for that one.
Yeah.
I think you can convert feminists to egalitarianism, so just work
Yeah.
on them slowly.
The problem is you have to get them off the internet and away from other feminists.
Yeah.
That is almost
So
impossible.
the official theme is hashtag break the bias, which is innocuous as it is futile. People, not women, because the word women is now controversial, are asked to pose hands crossed upwards to share as a selfie on social media. This is supposed to be part of imagining a gender-equal world, one free of bias, stereotypes and discrimination. Except the Gender Recognition Reform Bill tabled in Scotland last week would mean the man who identifies as a woman will receive a gender recognition certificate within months without requiring any medical report, rather than by providing evidence they have lived in their gender for at least 2 years. It renders the term woman somewhat pointless, as this is essentially self-ID. That's a pose. Boom. Ah, she is a feminist. Oh fuck, she might actually be a sane feminist. Hold on, I'll read this for you. As a feminist, though, I would indeed like the world to be a better place for women. And by the world, I don't mean North London or a campus in California. I mean Herat, Tigray, Guatemala. For all the arguments about it, she's fucking vicious. I like her.
I'm liking her better and better.
For a feminist, she's pretty cool. For all the
That's
arguments,
the kind of feminism I can get behind.
Fucking
in other
right.
places.
Yep. For all the arguments about equality for women amounting to nothing if we lose an international perspective. Feminism is global, or is simply an exercise in consumer power dressed up as politics. That is exactly what happened to Western feminism in the 1990s, when everything from branching to boob jobs was empowering. Oh, wow, fuck yeah. Go, you go.
There's a history, at least.
Fucking prisoners.
Yeah, it's good that she actually knows her history, though, because that's a lot of the problem with these things.
It is.
People are like, oh, I like the idea. I've seen that women have had a pay gap and are treated differently. I don't want to be treated differently. And it's just like, that's all their knowledge of it. They don't look into it any further.
She's...
Just like the people who discovered that Ukraine exists and now are incredibly, incredibly.
Unfortunately, she goes and ruins it. So, nearly 10 million women are in precarious positions in terms of access to contraception and abortion, according to Mary Stopes. Close to home, rape convictions are at an all-time low. Yeah, you can blame that on the police not investigating rapists.
Yeah, but
But
Yeah,
that's...
I don't think she's ruining it with that. I think that's a fair criticism.
But
Even
that
I'm
one's
critical
fair.
of that.
That one's fair. But it's not because of the gender issue, it's because of the...
diversify people. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if feminism's goals happen to line up with my own of having a fairer, juster society, then fine. As long as they're not like, you know, classic liberal. I want everyone to have as much liberty as possible, essentially, without encroaching of other people's liberties.
Yeah, so unfortunately, that's not what I was talking about. What I was talking about was, in the first 3 weeks of lockdown, 16 women and children were killed in their homes. This is called domestic violence. I just call it male violence. Thanks, bitch. Dear. You had to go and ruin it.
Well, it's 1 minus so far. I won't condemn her until at least she has like 5. Or she turns out to be a fucking pedo.
The
To be
pandemic...
fair, in all fairness, she might be aware of other statistics. This is a very limited interview, and they're taking snippets of what she said. So she could
This
have said
isn't
other
an
things as
interview,
well.
this is her article.
Oh, her article. Okay. Well, all right, fine. It's different.
That takes away that excuse.
Yeah, I would just like to give people the benefit of the doubt, you know.
Don't give feminists the benefit of the doubt.
Why?
They'll abuse it.
So she then says, the pandemic worsened every existing inequality. But before COVID, women's rights were already in reverse. Women are in lower paid jobs, often because of trying to juggle kids and work. Not inequality. Childcare costs are prohibitive. Not gender inequality. Women were more likely to be furloughed and took on the lion's share of homeschooling. Not gender inequality. You just choose non-essential jobs. Though I still think that the non-essential jobs thing was bullshit. And the gender pay gap has increased from 4.9% in 2020 to 15.4%. Again, not gender bias. Get a better job, you silly bitch.
She's just jealous that people are making like $3 million a month on OnlyFans.
Yep.
Oh, me too, honestly.
I mean, yeah, okay, fair.
Fortunately, it does look like she's...
I had a great idea, actually. Sorry to interrupt. I had a great idea. I should face swap myself and then make an OnlyFans and see how many people I can sign up for like like a face swap version of me.
So your face on the body of a woman with massive
No, no, no.
arms.
Like a gender swap my face, but then just Photoshop that
Oh,
face
gender
that looks
swap your
female.
face.
Yeah, and then put that on like a female body or whatever. And be like, yeah, I'm totally real.
Totally
There's a lot of
Pay me
people
money.
who have that as a kink, so yeah, you'll definitely find your thing.
Oh dear.
The internet is a place that I judge immensely.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
So she does redeem herself a little bit. She says, in short, without a continual fight, no headway is made. The biggest surprise to me, though, has been that the backlash against feminism has not come from the right, but from the left. The whole inflated debate about trans issues is so often not about the small number of people who are gender dysphoric and need care and dignity. It is about the rights of women to keep what we already have. It has produced an avalanche of repulsive misogyny. Now, she's not wrong there. Misogyny isn't overblown,
she has
but
a few bad takes, but she's hitting a lot of balls in this part.
yeah, Student History says, can't she go back to talking about gender issues in Addis Ababa, Guangzhou, and New Delhi? Yeah, that'd be nice. The new religion
This
of
is
gender
like the most
identity.
fucking feminist I've ever heard speak.
Yeah.
Just saying.
She's at least intelligent, which is a good start. Yeah. We need to get her off the internet, though. So the new religion of gender identity is that a soul and essence a made-up concept, has meant a fundamental denial of women's experience. Menstruation, birth, breastfeeding, menopause. These are not feelings in ladies' heads, but things that happen to real bodies. As does rape, objectification, female genital mutilation, as well as all the societal expectations women deal with on a daily basis. Nicholas...
I have a feeling...
Hearing the noises of the religion of peace. What?
I have a feeling that she's going to chalk it up to men doing this to women to try and subvert them more.
Maybe. So, the alleged human, Nicholas Sturgeon, who identifies as a feminist, is pushing through a law that will affect the most vulnerable of women. Those in prison and those rape victims who might not want to be around women with intact male genitalia. In Holyrood,
Do they want to be around...
Fucking why?
Do they want to be around the ones with non-intact male genitalia?
Well, I think they'd prefer that for obvious reasons.
At least they won't be part of the British rape statistic. Because rape is penetrative.
Well,
I mean,
remember...
you don't necessarily have to have a penis to be, you know...
Well, we actually covered a while ago an article where it turns out that a whole bunch of women have been charged with rape. Because they're trans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. Every chance I get, I just make fun of the part where rape can only be penetrative. So if a woman molests you or does any other actions towards you, it's okay because she doesn't have a penis to penetrate you with.
Yep.
That certainly puts me at ease.
Yeah, so in Holyrood, I think that's the Scottish Parliament, or that's their sad excuse one, isn't it? Shona Robertson said there was no evidence that predatory and abusive men have ever had to pretend to be anything else to carry out abusive and predatory behaviour. Yeah, it's like their excuse, isn't it? Ooh, here we go. Wayne Cousins, Catholic priests, the stepfathers and kind uncles who abuse kids. Is this woman serious? Apparently so, and while the conflation of trans people with predatory behaviour is incorrect, so it is also incorrect not to see how abusers use every loophole in the law. Yeah, no shit, she's right there.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But hey, girls, this apparently is the way forward. Scotland, remember, has already approved at least 50 under-18s for double mastectomies, euphemistically known as top surgery. Fuck me, that's disgusting.
Repeat that.
At least 50 under-18s for double mastectomies. They've cut the tits off at least 50 girls.
Fucking disgusting.
So she says.
The part is that they're insisting you'll be happy this way.
So so she says, forgive me then if I do not celebrate International Women's Day when so many political parties are kowtowing to this woman-hating religion. Wow, that's a good one. Forgive me if I think non-binary is just another way of creating a new binary and saying, I'm special, and you are not in my tribe. Forgive me if I think that in so much of the virtue signaling we will witness today, it will be likely that there is little international about any of this. Worf. That's pretty fucking good for a feminist.
I'm giving an applause. That deserves a few claps. That deserves a few claps.
She's a feminist. She's probably already got enough of the clap.
Oh, that's a good one. Zing. Oh shit! Look at the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get going in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I need to do some prep work before I have to go to bed. I got work tomorrow morning.
Work. Aw.
Yeah, it's a part-time job. Might actually become more if I'm really, really, really lucky. Maybe I'll give up my title as Norwegian boat chef. Who knows?
Ooh. Then you can be Norwegian hotel chef.
Yeah, or Norwegian breakfast manager. But that's neither here nor there just yet. I first need to get an offer that's actually worth taking.
Hmm. That's the hard part, isn't it?
It is. But we'll see. I'll get an answer sometime in April, I suppose.
Oh, good luck.
Indeed.
Thank you. I gotta admit, guys, this has been a really... Don't call me out, you son of a bitch. Actually, it's more like playing Elden Ring. I'm sort of developing a masochistic drive, you could say. What's the fucking word again? Jesus! I'm starting to get dementia at early age here. What the fuck?
Poor boomer.
Poor boomer.
Well, what's
indeed.
going on? In America and Jim Crow and Corn Pop.
It's time to put him down.
Like, put him down, or put him down for a nap.
Put him down. Put him down. Sorry, Trim.
What? Scottish woman always want to fucking kill me.
Someone needs
Scottish
to go grab Old
woman.
Faithful.
Pick one.
Well, okay, there's a lot of reasons there.
Okay.
Wait, what day is it today? Oh, I'm asking Australian that.
Tomorrow.
Today is Sunday, Trim.
Not tomorrow. That's today. That's tomorrow, future person.
That's what I meant. It's like, what day is it today? Tomorrow. Fuck's sake.
Oh, shit,
Bad
that's
Australian.
Literally tomorrow. Oh dear. Yeah, so we have some follow-up tweets about the gender identity bill that Nicola Sturgeon's trying to put in. So someone says there's self-ID in my city, Melbourne, Australia. Men are self-identifying into female sexual assault recovery services. Say no, they take you to the Human Rights Tribunal. Women self-exclude. Groups
I was
implied.
going to suggest. Sorry to interrupt, actually. I was going to suggest maybe we should look at Vorsh's video when it comes out and
Oh God,
review it.
we can save that for next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be interesting. Well, I can't wait till DJ Shire's video comes out. That's going to be hilarious.
Oh boy, that's gonna be a fucking marker. Will they include the troll? I wonder.
Yeah.
Today's yesterday for Aussies.
Yeah.
They're in a country that wants to kill them, and they're ahead in the future.
So we have another tweet. Unfortunately, the tweet it's responding to has been deleted because J.K. Rowling kicked their ass. So J.K. Rowling said, I assume this is a parody. Trans woman Katie Dolatowski was convicted of the attempted rape of a 10-year-old girl in 2018, a short car ride away from the Scottish Parliament. The attack took place in a supermarket bathroom.
Oh, God. Can you say stereotype?
Can you say criminal scum using any loophole they
No,
can
no,
to
no,
get
no,
away
no,
with it?
no. I'm not going to say criminal scum. That's an offense to criminal scum. I'm saying wood chipper feed.
Yep. That's true. Straight in the chipper. So here we go. We have from India. Kafar will never be happy. Islamists slam Taliban for not being Islamic enough, condemn them for wishing on Women's Day.
Wishing on Women's Day.
I assume that's poorly written English for wishing them well or wishing a happy Women's Day or something.
Women having a Women's Day? Ah,
This is
not in
against
my
Allah.
Islamic state.
This is not Allah's wish.
Yeah, here we go. The Taliban put out, May the 8th of March, International Women's Day, be auspicious for all women. And they're getting slammed for it.
Auspicious?
Oh, it's almost like Islam and feminism are not buddies.
No, it's almost as if they're completely incompatible.
Weird.
Yep.
And here I thought Islam was a peaceful religion that
So
women.
a reply tweet says, this is an extremely disappointing statement from the IEA. The Kafar will never be happy with you, so don't worry about them. Treat women as Islam demands and do not celebrate or refer to such Western traditions and days. Based.
Oh.
Can't say I blame them. They do have a completely different culture to us.
I know you read it, but I couldn't help just imagining Callum's voice there.
It's hilarious. The Taliban's in trouble for not being Islamic enough.
How dare you?
That was Indian.
Close enough.
I mean, Muslims are Muslims, I guess.
Your words off mine. We gonna do the Indian style thing. I have no idea what I do. I'm a white
What?
guy, okay?
What do you mean? I have not done anything of the kind.
You can't kill a Hindu. And
it's literally just Apu from The Simpsons. That's all it is.
yes, it is.
Homer, you cannot do that. What are you doing?
Oh, by the way, boss, feet first. Every PETA who does it, feet first.
Fucking... Oh.
And I'll just slow down the speed depending on how bad it is.
I mean, people say about wood chippers, but like the amount of
Meat grinder
maintenance.
thing?
Yeah, like a meat grinder would make way more sense.
Yeah, but they're just too large and effective.
Yeah, but think of all the costs.
Okay.
Do you want to waste money on pedophiles?
Oh, I'm sorry, John. Is dealing with the pedophiles too much like hard work?
Look, the reason we use the wood chipper is because it's got the vent at the top, so you can make sure you spray the body parts all over the wall to send a fucking message.
Yes. Also, it's fun. You can also record their noises.
Could we just have
you
pet
dare not
sharks?
strike
Would
your
that-
wife
would that be
for not
appropriate?
properly preparing your meal? 1,000 shames upon you. May Allah strike you down for disobedience.
Please keep your feet out of the machinery at all times. Oh no. You have failed to follow basic instructions.
You have failed to follow basic instruction. Your punishment will forward the great state of Western Taiwan.
Oh dear. We're all just
What?
fucking about with it now, aren't
Yep.
we? I love that. I literally got that in unison, like both ears. Oh dear. No. I mean, wood chippers feel a bit quick. That's all.
Well, you can slow them down.
That's the only problem.
Yes.
But yeah, slow them down.
Yes.
Yeah, but then
I
if
mean,
you slam
but
it,
the giant meat grinders you're thinking about, those things are even quicker. Have you seen the chompers on those things?
yeah. Well, that being said, I've seen a few people fed through wood mills, not wood mills, paper mills, and they go pretty quickly through them.
Yeah.
Pretty
The point
dramatically.
is, well, yeah. I mean, maybe they can be used for those who watch. Yeah.
I do wonder whether public executions would be beneficial in the future. Like, I mean, they had the supposed idea of being a deterrent, and I don't know whether that actually would make sense still.
Well, we've got plenty of politicians that need deterring, so we can give it a test.
I don't know. Oh, is that entertaining you?
Hmm?
A stupid conversation we're having.
Yep. Extremely entertaining.
Student history says dealing with pedophiles is like a fun day at the park with that special woman. It requires effort, but everyone's smiling after.
Yeah, you could make a theme park out of it. Like, you know,
You
those like
wouldn't
little
even need to
arcade.
do the work yourself, John. You could just like sell tickets. Like,
Yeah.
come and help with the wood chipper, like £10 a pop.
Yeah, that would make it way more cheap to actually deal with the replacing of plates and stuff.
Yeah, you just
Also, you can have the parents of the kid be the ones who lower them down.
You could literally have different game types depending on the severity of their actions. So you
Well,
know, like those
bring back
clown popping
gladiator
ones where you
games.
pop the balloon and the clown with the water gun. You can have things like that, but with pedophiles and seeing how much water you can get in the clown's mouth until it pops and it drops him into a wood chipper.
Or have what are those where you drop the clown into the water?
Oh yeah, the dunk thing.
Where you throw you throw balls.
Except it's not balls you're throwing, it's
Grenades.
Oh, throwing knives would be cool.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Or shurikens. Just make it extra weeby.
You get to choose your weapon.
Yes.
Throwing knives, rocks, shuriken, kunai.
Yes. You lose the game if you manage to accidentally kill the pedophile before he falls into it.
He's literally just painted with point scoring. Like the most points you get. Like crotch shot.
Maybe that part can be where we put the release mechanism and drop him down. Then you win the game.
No, because everybody would be wanting to throw at his testicles.
True. Is Pinky Toe?
Maybe it should be that there is like a bowl, and when the bowl fills up with blood, it naturally weighs down a lever, and that activates it and drops him in.
Yeah, but then, if there's too much blood running out of him, then he'll be so dazed that he doesn't feel anything.
Yeah,
Maybe,
but you
you know.
set it to a point where he's weak enough. You know, not going to come back from it, but still.
What about darts? Draw a dartboard on the body, and then people have to play cricket.
There we go.
Oh fucking hell! We're actually talking about having.
We should never attain any sort of power, I hear. None
I'm
of
just
us
like-
should.
We're literally like, yeah, we should set up a pedophile murdering theme park.
I support this. Yes. I see
Like,
nothing
I
wrong
don't feel
with it.
bad about this.
Not at fucking all. Again, it's I don't
Like-
view pedophiles as humans. I don't.
Actually, going back to one of the topics earlier where we were talking about treating things like gender dysphoria, if we could actually give them some form of treatment that allowed them to just have normal fucking sexual preferences, like, yeah, actually, that would be fantastic if we could actually just cure the pedophilic mindset instead. If that was ever possible, that'd be amazing.
Yeah,
It would be.
that would be amazing.
Yeah, but the problem with that is you can't find out who's having the desires, because as
Well,
soon as they were to come forward with them,
Well, no,
would
you
ruin
would
their
sell
life.
to them.
So
You would basically champion them. Actually, you're coming forward. You're doing us a favor.
Yeah, you would
It's a
need to
good thing for
change
you to
the
come
whole.
forward.
Yeah, but you would need to change the mindset of people for that, because right now
The
the second they
people
come
who
forward,
do it
that-
will end up in the wood chipper regardless. The people who
Yeah.
haven't done
yeah,
it
that's
that
not the
come
point.
forth
Though.
with
That's
it
not the point
can
I'm
be
making. Though.
cured.
No, it's something we've discussed before, how we need to make it more socially accepted that non-offending pedophiles come forward, get treatment, but offending ones get
Help with
tortured to death.
research as
Yeah.
well. That's the thing as well. Like help with research.
Yeah, yeah.
So by coming forward, instead of being like your life is ruined, you're actually kind of championed
Yep.
almost. Like
Well,
you.
Yeah,
You
treat it more
you
like
decided
any
not
other
to act
medical
on it,
information.
and you decided to help with research to end this.
We have a camp
Right.
full of
I have to get going now, I'm
volunteers.
afraid.
All right, later, John. Thanks for joining.
Nice having you on, dude.
Yeah, sorry I was
Talk
so
to you
late. Next time, send me a DM and remind me or something, because I am not with it. Anyway, guys, see you later.
Later, dude. But yeah, we're having a camp full of volunteers.
Well, you could kind of treat it like regular medical experimentation. Keep
Korean
things
volunteers.
secret, pay them a
Well,
little
cool.
for their trouble. That kind of stuff.
Payment would not be getting nuked. Got a bit dark here, but still pretty fun.
How you doing
for
for
late here too?
Yeah, how you doing for time, Trim?
Starting to get a bit late. Should probably think about leaving soon too.
Okay, if we got a bit of time, there's an article to cover for you.
Yeah.
Well, a couple, courtesy of Disco.
He's still managing to find the articles.
If
Just
they're
need to look a bit hard
giving
enough.
enough of a reaction, Bessic will always find them.
Elden Ring has a tutorial problem.
I
game's-
actually like it.
The game generators are at it again.
I don't know how to play a game.
I
but we
couldn't
all-
find
we-
tutorial. Oh, you
We've
can't find tutorial.
already realized that these guys can't even do a tutorial either. Just Cuphead. Jump. Why jump don't work?
Because you're a fucking idiot. Fucking game guys. So, this idiot says that the
Oh,
game...
shit, I now remember what I was about to say when I fucked up the word. This game is giving me a masochistic streak. There we go.
So, this idiot says that the Souls games have a bit of a thing for holes. They're everywhere, often hidden in the depths of caves or on the edge of boss arenas. And if not surrounded by red splotches of doom, then they're with messages from other players daring you to jump. It's disconcerting then that at the start of Elden Ring you met with the gaping hole. A ghostly figure sits watch while your eye is drawn up to a friendly door, clearly the right way to go. Nope, I won't be fooled. Not jumping down there, I thought. Turns out that hole is the game's tutorial that's entirely missable. It's in that hole you learn the basics of attacking, backstabbing, and stealth. I had no idea that guard counts were a thing until I watched someone else play through the tutorial where the new move is detailed in a cheeky boss encounter. I suspect many players, like I did, sauntered past it, venturing into the lands between without a grasp for the controls.
It's not about It's not totally missable. It is skippable.
Guess. Let me guess, the ghost tells you what's down there.
What?
The ghostly
I'm not
figure
even
sitting at the
sure.
hole.
Yeah. If there's a ghost telling you to jump, it's okay. If it's a player message, then it is a 60%, a 80% chance that it'll go to you death.
Yep, so this game's journey is so stupid that not only couldn't they pass the tutorial, they couldn't find the tutorial.
And then that's other people's fault.
Yes.
Yeah. That is peak game journal there.
Mm-hmm. But don't worry, there's more dumb shit as well.
Okay.
Elden Ring not having your pause button is not a question of getting good. A reader...
I just have one response, and if you scroll up a bit, if you
Is it
scroll
good?
up a little bit, yep,
Is it good, Jim?
yes, it is that getting good, just there. Just get good. I've had to get good. This game is funny.
Yeah.
So much.
So,
Yeah, I had to get good too. And hear me whinging about it.
So this
because it
idiot
doesn't
says
go.
a reader accepts almost all the difficulties of playing Elden Ring, but insists that not letting you pause the game is a step too far. Lol, noob, get good, scrub. If you've had the delight of seeing comments similar to this, then you may be aware of Elden Ring developer From Software's most recent game, blah 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 blah. And then it wanks off for ages. And they say, no, I absolutely, wholeheartedly, 100% do not want to suggest a beloved game mechanic from a developer should be replaced with some watered-down one-size-fits-all. Therefore, I demand that you replace this game mechanic with some watered-down one-size-fits-all.
No, I'm not saying you should make the game easier. I'm saying you should make the game easier for me.
Mm-hmm.
You need to
However,
cheat
I have yet to
like
see a valid
nothing.
reason as to why there can't be a secondary option that caters for people who cannot devote their gaming hours to repetition until eventual success. I'm talking about an option where enemy hits take off slightly less HP, or parry windows are slightly more forgiving. You all know the general guess. Yes, completely destroying the point of the fucking game, you idiot. The whole point of the genre is repetition.
Very much. Determination. That's what I view this game as. Determination.
Yep, and the response, they say, but they've never had that option. You need to just get better, has been the general response. Yes, because you're a fucking loser.
And a pussy.
Yep, Buzz Van Diepen says, game journo mode. Yep, infinite health, one-hit kills. Hand gliding. When I mentioned the game was lacking a pause button. A pause button! It's hardly akin to using a cheat code. I was told by one chap that not having a pause button was a feature of the game. Let's be clear here. A skill tree is a feature. Optional dialogue is a feature. Not include something. It's not a feature. You're a fucking loser who's too stupid to figure out where safe zones are.
No, you're supposed to go somewhere safe.
Kind of fucking point. God, game journos are stupid.
Yep. Yesterday, I lost 2 hours of sleep because I was stupid enough to turn on the game before I went to sleep, and I ended up banging my head against a wall.
Why am I not
But I won.
surprised?
Because you've done the same thing.
troops are like night night, and then like I seen him go on Elden Ring, and I'm like, well, that's gonna be him for the most of the night then.
That's the thing. It's been bothering me ever since I came back from visiting my parents because my laptop apparently doesn't like the game. So I couldn't do the thing I wanted to do, and it's been nagging me for the last fucking 2 days. I got to bed, lay down, and I just couldn't sleep. So I just went up and was like, fucking fuck it. And then I got fucked hard. There we go.
Well done.
That's the whole point of the game, though, isn't it?
Pretty much. Just make you so goddamn angry that you're just going to beat it out of spite.
But no. Game journalists are so fucking stupid and that they demand that people completely change games if they don't like the genre. If you don't like the genre, don't fucking play it, you fucking idiot.
Play a game that has a buzz button. But like the buzz button wasn't even the biggest like thing. Like that's what they used as the title, and it's kind of slimy because they're like, oh well, we just want this itty bitty change that won't make any difference to anyone. And then when you read the article, that's not the only change that he wants. He wants basically the whole game mechanics to change. Like, oh, I don't want to have to keep repeating a boss. Maybe we just make the bosses easier.
Yeah, they just want loser mode included. Oh, but that won't hurt anyone else.
What about just finding the grinding spot and then grind?
Like, half the point of a game like that is the satisfaction of putting in the effort to achieve it. If some other loser can just coast through...
Like, the thing is, I haven't found Elden Ring that hard, but it does punish mistakes. So if you fuck up, and it might be like they mentioned getting one shot by a boss, okay, then your mistake was you went to take on a boss you weren't ready for. Like, it will punish you for making a mistake, but if you don't make any mistakes, you'll get on quite well.
I mean, that boss was above my level, and I still wanted to fucking kill it. So I did.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Billy Bloggs says, I don't see why people seem to like Elden Rings. Well, it's a Souls-like game. People like Souls... I'm not a fan of Souls-like games either, but I also don't demand that they be completely fucking changed for me. I just tend to not play them.
It looks pretty, it feels good to play, and I love the design of it. Basically, that's why I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's buggy as fuck for me, but it is not to the point where it actually ruins the game. Yes, it's an action RPG.
But yeah, if people don't like a genre of game, the solution is to not play that genre of game. There's lots and lots of games out there. Not enough, but there's still lots.
In my eyes, Billy Blogs, yes, it is good. I'm having a lot of fun with it.
The problem with saying whether a game's good or not, it really depends on the individual.
Yeah,
for example, if you're a game journo, it's shit. If you're someone who's competent, it's okay.
Don't give me too much credit here. I mean, I'm not a game journo, but I'm not good at games. Boomer.
Yeah, of course there's lots of hype about it. It's a pretty Dark Souls.
Pretty much.
And Dark Souls has been popular for a long fucking time. So now you've taken people who actually bother to make things look pretty.
Oh, and that's another thing I love about Elden Ring. It's one of the few games who actually deserve the hype. Not another Cyberpunk, not another Duke Nukem Forever, not any other fucking game that's ever been hyped up. FromSoft has never disappointed in that way. I mean, they built up Elden Ring and hyped it up as much as it actually could. I mean, even BioShock Infinite, that was a really good game, was promising more than it gave you. And its trailer show every game trailer is like it shows a lot of NPCs, it shows a open living world, and it shows really intense gameplay. And when you play it, it is like a stick figure compared to the Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
Elden Ring, however, shows you what you get, and when you get it, you get even more. God, I love it for that. So I'm gonna stop sucking this game's dick now and let us finish this podcast. No homo.
Dearie me. All right. Well, it's not too long after the turn of the hour, so that works out all right then. We didn't get to everything I wanted today, but that's all right.
Whenever do we ever?
Sometimes.
Well, we do actually.
We
But I
do
really
go
like.
on
I really like
tangents.
Dota.
We do tend to go on tangents.
The tangents are the people's favourite part, apparently.
I have no idea why, but I appreciate it.
All right, and we will, of course, be back next week.
I just want to bring up something that Billy Blogs has said there. Are you talking about Last of Us 2? Because the person who's being taken from behind is actually a woman in Last of Us 2. She's not the trans character.
Huh.
She's a buff woman, and
There is a trans character, but I think it's female to male, and it's not that character.
And also, here's another thing. This hurts, but I have to. There's actually a reason for why Abby is buff. If you see the base where she has been living for the last years, it is full. Yes, it's a woman. I know it's difficult to see. Anyway, where Abby has been living for the most of her life in the fucked up world of Fuckupia, it is a well-stocked, well-fed, and well-equipped area for people training to become survivors and soldiers. So her being buff is not an issue. It is more like decisions, the choices they make, what they do, and just the completely idiotic views and opinions they hold, even after everything they go through.
Yes, it's not a great storyline.
I mean, killing Joel is one thing. Sorry for spoiling that. And
that was just like, what are you doing?
Here
like...
is one thing, actually. Last of Us 2 could have been an okay game, but they should have dropped that last part where Ellie just decides to drop everything. She has a family, she has a home, she's with the woman she apparently loves, and just suddenly this Joel's brother comes along, half crippled because he survived a shot to the head, and be like, "You should go find Abby and kill her." And she's like, "Okay."
That was after she'd already decided not to do that.
Yes, which is one of the many times a character with a driven passion decides against it. And of course, after having two fingers bitten off, she still just like gets a flashback at the end. It's like, "Oh, you shouldn't kill to avenge me. I'm a ghost now." So yeah, Last of Us 2 sucks not because of its gameplay. It sucks because of its story.
Yes, and the trans thing. Yes, there is a trans character. That is not the trans character, though. That is just false.
Yeah,
it could have been a good game. And that's another part that just infuriates me. It could have been a great game, actually. It has all the traces. It is just so much wasted potential, while Elden Ring is embraced potential. I haven't found a single disappointment yet that isn't a PC port issue, basically. That and my computer isn't strong enough to to handle the game properly. But again, that's a hardware problem, not a game issue. I just went on another tangent again. Sorry.
Yep.
Should we just call this Sultans of Tangents?
Yes.
The Tangentors!
Yeah, well, we've got a new friend in the chat, Deals or something. Says, "Oh, hi, Disco. I had no idea I was
Hello.
subscribed to this channel."
Well, I guess you are.
Excellent. Spreading like a plague.
Oh, no.
Yes.
A real one.
The curse of the Sultans everywhere. World domination through desert frogs.
Yes.
This
Dear.
is the sonorous war cry of a very angry frog.
No. I get that's it from us because Trim has to go do gay shit like get ready for work.
Yes, and also gonna play a game.
So you'll be up all night playing a game when you should be sleeping.
Shut up.
Tram.
Shove it.
Tram.
Quiet!
No. Shall not be quiet.
Wish.
She will not wait.
Oh man, I'm having a lot of fun with you guys.
Good, good. Student History says, "You know, Trim, you don't need to have your chin in contact with Elden Ring's balls."
I think you'll find he does.
No.
I think you'll find that he does.
Ah, dearie me. Well, that is all from us then. We will see you all same time, same place next week. Shadilay, folks.
Shadilay.